Hey YouTube, how is it going? I hope all is well. I'm a little beat up and tired today. I was up all night doing another stream with Andy Lederman over there on his channel, so I'm still coming into my own right now, but we're okay. We're doing all right. So today we are going to more or less complete the drilling of the holes in this thing and start putting some parts in it. I don't expect there to be a bunch of people coming in on this one. Couple reasons. Obviously, it's middle of the day on a Saturday, so people are still at work or they got other better things to do than to deal with this kind of crap. I'm going to try this vertical stream thing. I'm hoping it'll just push people over to this main stream here, because I'm seeing now that little vertical stream just doesn't do really good for this kind of stuff, it seems. But whatever, it's too late now, so it's there. But so I did do a little bit of work off camera to kind of make sure that we can kind of keep the ball rolling with this thing here, but you can see I've added some dots and some extra lines and stuff like that. More or less I just sussed out whereabouts all this stuff is going to go and where the holes are that I'll need to mount these things. So this guy will go right there or thereabouts. These guys here, I don't know what their depth is on this will be, but I do know that that line right there is where that one will address or align to, and then that turret right there will get removed and that one will get replaced with that. So we'll end up with something that looks kind of like, it'll be something like that. And then of course the parts will just fit in between. I did kind of put some more lines over here. I did decide that I can go ahead and mount that stuff as well, or at least drill the holes. I'm confident in that. Just a couple little things. So we are going to bust this guy out, a gentleman named Spent Electrons. Hey, what's going on? We have a player in the house. What's going on, my man? So we are going to try this with some slightly faster speeds. Spent Electrons yesterday was giving me some instruction on how to deal with feeds and speeds on these things. I just read the basic, like whatever this thing came with, and it said something like suggested RPM of like, 1000 RPM or whatever the hell it was. But I guess with aluminum, you need a little more speed and a little bit more of this. So here's the fun part. I cannot screw that thing up with that, so we're going to get to that probably last, but that will get done today. For now, we're just going to more or less drill up to the next size hole, which will be this guy there. We've already put a bunch of the pilot holes in. We may as well go ahead and do these while we're at it. But we're just going to kind of get straight to it and start making some holes. I'm not going to bore you guys too long with what's been going on, this, that, and the other. We kind of already know. But we will need our center punch. So, do I want to center punch first, or do I want to drill the other holes bigger? Let's just center punch and get it over with. So this one here was kind of a challenge. You can kind of see, maybe not, but I had to kind of realign the holes. And what I realized is that because I didn't bust out my big guy, so this is my big, Midituyu, I didn't bust this one out. And so when I tried to use this guy to get from both ends to align them up, it was actually a little bit off. So it makes sense why my other part is just a little off cant. You got to build some windage in anyway, but these two ended up being right, and these two were right because they were really close to the edge and I could work that out. These two here were a little bit off, but honestly they're pretty dang close. So I'm going to go right where the cross hatches are, and we'll put some windage in. Riley, what is going on, dude? Glad you're here. I'm going to try not to bore you guys too much today. It's just going to more or less be me drilling and trying to pay attention to you, but just bear with me. We're going to get through this. So I'm going to go ahead and be brave and just center punch some spots here. And do tell if this is annoying. If I need to turn off the microphone or turn it down, let me know. Luckily, we're not going to be doing too much more of the clacky clack, but the drilling and stuff like that may become an issue. I don't know, maybe not. Now, the reason I don't really worry too much about these holes in terms of like exact placement and all that is you kind of got to build some windage in anyway. And let me explain why. You'll see almost instantaneously why. So when you buy these transformers, these end bells are stamped out. You can kind of look and see this thing's, you know, basically kind of, I don't know what that eye stare is where the eyes look two different directions, but this guy here has that kind of thing going on where they just kind of bow out. So it's, if you go with like a standard mathematical dimension, it doesn't always work out. It doesn't make sense. So you kind of almost always have to build a little bit of windage into this, so that way you can place it kind of where you want. So that's it. But we're just gonna get brave, and we're just gonna freaking do this. So far, the only thing that scared me a little bit was this here, where those other holes are. I'll show you what I mean. So I already drilled those in now. It's not too big of a deal that I put that hole there, because I still have windage this way and I can go around like that. And when I was at first looking at my layout and where these things landed versus what I put on my layout, they did not align very well. However, it worked out in my favor. The error that I made, or the errors that stacked up to be where we're at now. More or less, the only thing that sucks is this guy here is almost literally going to land over the top of one of these bolts. I don't think it's going to be a problem. It may or may not be, but it did actually make it so I utilized this thing a little bit more appropriately. But what was scary is if you look here and I line it up like that, right? By the time you get this other one in, you'll notice pretty quickly what's going on here, why I was worried. Now I have like zero space right there. Well, then I realized, of course, that I can stack that a little bit over the top of those. So these will actually kind of close in on this a little bit. And then you can now see that there is enough space to set that guy next to it. So these, I kid you not, the wire runs on this thing are going to be very, very short, because these are almost literally going to stack like that on top of each other. This will be like so, and this will end up being over here. But these things, this little turret guy right here is going to be literally like that inside of there. So it's going to be a nice tight fit. Just how we like it. Sorry. This is a men's club in here. I think I can talk a little dirty. All right. Anyway, so we got those punched. I'm going to wait on punching these until we actually have these parts in. Once we have these parts in, then we will... Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, I'm telling you, that effects loop is what made me turn and burn on this other one here. As much as I was hoping and praying on this guy here, I just knew I wasn't going to be happy. As soon as I saw his, I was like, I want to watch this. And then when it got to the actual show and tell part, I was just like, yeah, that makes a difference, and I can tell. So I know it's kind of a downer, because parallel effects loops are usually poo-pooed upon. But I think, honestly, in this case here, it's going to be the right move. I know from a tonal aspect, like the amp in and of itself will sound the best that it ever can with a parallel effects loop. I only ever use reverb and delay anyway, so... You know, I'm lucky enough that the reverbs and delays that I have all have a wet-dry mix. So it's not that big a deal to me if I just have to run my effects a little bit differently than I do with my series loops. But whatever. All right, so I am going to drill up to the next size first before I start going with, you know, unibits and the other fun stuff. So let's go ahead and get the ball rolling with that. So I've got me that around just in case. So I'm going to do it with this guy first, just to make sure we don't goof anything up. I think I'm going to have to go one size larger. I will have to go one size larger than this. I don't think I have that in that style of, whatchamacallit, where the hell did I put that thing? There it is. Let me double check and see. I bought one of these. I don't know if I like it yet. I'm pretty sure this is the next size up. What size is that? That is 1/8. I don't even think that's the right size. It is bigger, but let me double check here. I can't remember. There was a size that I used, but I thought it was like 5/32. This will be just big enough. Let's just see if the 1/8 is going to be the size I want to use. I don't build these amps every day, so I don't always remember exactly what I use every time. So it is bigger than 1/8. That's kind of good news. So I'm going to go ahead and hold off on using this intermediate bit. I'm just going to go straight to the 1/8 because I know that'll work for all the holes that I have to have this guy in. So let's just go ahead and start with that. It's gonna be a mess in here in a bit. I'm more or less only concerned with the holes that I'm mounting stuff in at the moment. I guess I can size through everything. I guess it doesn't matter that much, but for these ones it doesn't matter that much because this does have a pilot, but I do want to have a pilot that will cause this one to grab and center really well. So yeah, that was the thing that sold me on it too. The parallel, the name of the thing is the parallax, but yeah, the ability to swap the phase in and out. That's like a huge deal. Or not the phase. It's technically not the correct term for that. It's polarity. It's polarity flip. So it's tough because as a sound engineer, you know, you kind of get, like, if you use the terms wrong, you get in trouble. You don't get in trouble. People look at you like you're an idiot. But phase, you have to think of phase as time, right? So if you shift the phase in the time domain, it can be out of polarity, right? So phase, let's say it's 180 degrees out of phase. Well, 180 degrees out of phase would be the same as inverting the polarity. But with phase, it's time-based. So let's say this is the beat, right? So thump. Well, if you invert the polarity, it would just be thump in the other direction, right? That would be in time. So polarity would be swapping the direction in which the thump goes. Whereas phase would be the time domain of that. So if you thump it down, and then you shift it in time, thump it down, it's now shifted by 180 degrees. But the way that we hear it, because a thump is a hump, right? So it has like a sine wave. Well, what you're hearing is the bottom half of the sine waves as opposed to the top of the sine wave. However, when you hear it, it's out of phase with the original one. So they would still cancel each other out for the most part. It won't completely cancel itself out though, because in the time domain, they are technically not identical. With polarity, if you invert the polarity with the original signal, in theory, you should get full nulling, which is to say that it will null out completely. That's how you can tell the difference between phase and polarity, is doing the null test. If the null test, you invert the polarity and it doesn't completely, null the signal out, then you have a phase issue. Phase being a time domain issue. And time domain is tough to fix, especially in the real world. I'm just saying, I'm not saying, I'm just saying. So terminology is important. I almost kind of got in an argument one day with one guy because he's like, dude, it's not a phase problem. It's not a phase problem. I'm like, dude, it's absolutely a phase problem. We have a time issue. No, time is something else, man. It's polarity. You need to say polarity. And I was like, no, because if I flip the polarity, that ain't going to do doo-doo for me right now. But anyway, I digress. I'm going to get these holes ready now. All right, we're just gonna do it. Trying to be careful. I don't want to break the bit or slip. You know when you pull out, and sometimes you pull out too hard, and then you're trying to like control that, and then you push back in. I don't want to mar the top of my thing. So did everybody have a wonderful evening yesterday? I pray. I know that watching me probably wasn't exciting. This probably isn't exciting for most people, but whatever, we're here now, so. Let's see here. That hole's a little bit off. I don't like that, but. We still are able to fix it though, sort of. When you size up the bits, you kind of have an opportunity, you know, as you go through them to kind of, no, that one landed pretty good. This one's a little off. Probably not the end of the world. Again, we got to build a little bit of windage in. I try to get more exact. I've done it on the, so I have a drill press. I tried doing it on the drill press. Hey Dale, how's it going there, man? Thank you for coming on in. I am doing well. A little bit tired. We had a long night last night. I don't think you were there. We kind of missed you last night, unfortunately. Let's see here. What do we need to get to make it so these guys will fit? We need to go up a size. But I don't think we have that ability. Let's see, what size is this here? Come on, you little turd. Gimme. So they give me like 4 1/8 inch bits. That's what I thought. It didn't look like it was going to work. So I'm going to have to go into my other stash of bits. Because I usually use, I think it's 5/32. So 5/32, I believe, is the one, or is it 9/64? Ooh, let's find out. I think it's 9/64 actually. 9/64. My apologies. This thing just happened to have some weird sizes in it. But this is an older one of mine. So we're going to use that one. All right, let's just test one here. Do you fit? Yes, you do. Not teabag. It's a nice fit too. Nice, good, tight fit. Oh. Sorry, I did it again. Sorry, ladies. I am a man after all. Alright. So there's that. I don't really have too many other holes marked out yet. We will land those out once we get the larger holes drilled. We'll come back and do the holes for the mounting. I was watching movies with the daughter. Very nice. Very nice. It's good to do that kind of stuff. You got to get away from the friends and spend time with the fam bam. That is always a good thing. I will never berate anybody for that. So it just happened to work out. This is what I mean. It was kind of like a happy accident, this thing. That the... Ow. Shrapnel. So the mounting hole for this is going to land on that spot. You can't really see the line in the camera there. So on that spot there and on this spot here. Well, incidentally, when this thing comes about, it should land right on those same lines. So I should end up with three holes that kind of land on that line in a row. So that's kind of cool. Happy accidents are nice to have. Let's work our way across the front here. I don't mind slivers and splinters and stuff like that, so never mind me. I believe we went straight to the 1/8 inch. We did. Let's see here. All of these ones can be drilled with this, so we'll go ahead and do that then. And we're just going to go with it. Sorry if I make a serious face too. I noticed that yesterday. I didn't drill these ones yet because I think I was afraid of where they were going to go exactly. I think it's settled. We're just going to use the pilot light on the inside and the power switch on the outside. That's opposite to what I normally do, but from a functional standpoint, I need to have the pilot light on the outside to make sure that we clear this guy. So you can see, if I get out of the way, you can kind of see there that it will help clear that a little bit easier. So let's just go ahead and commit to that. I did center punch it, so that's a good start. Oh, it's a beautiful day here, but my freaking sinuses are pissed. To do before Monday. Ooh, couch for 2. That's right, you're going to the doctors again here pretty quick, right? What exactly are they going to do to you, my man? Not that it's any of my business, but, you know, out of support, you know? That secondary view is not going to help me at all. So I turned on the, there's a function or a feature that YouTube just started. It's called like automatic, what do you call it? Automatic cropping or whatever. But all it does is just shrink what you guys are seeing on the full screen down into something like that. So you're only seeing like this much of the damn thing. So it's like, you can't tell at all what the hell I'm doing. It's almost pointless, but whatever. It is what it is, I guess. So, Riley, you're probably not allowed to talk to me, but Dustin, what's going on? Just be nice, play nice, all that fun stuff. That's all you gotta do. We don't have to drag shit around. Just play nice. That's all we got to do. All right, so there it takes care of that side of things. Let's go ahead and get this side opened up a little bit here as well. Yeah. Woo. Well, today the skills are going to be mainly drilling holes. All right. Let's see here. The one thing I don't really like is how close I had to end up putting these things to make sure that I was going to have the space I wanted for the effects loop. So I opted to run these a little bit closer. Now, 1 inch is non-incidental, like the odds of you using both of these anyway. What is going on, Mr. Spent Electrons? The odds of you using both of them anyway is next to none, but it's just like one of those things where these ones ended up an inch apart, so might as well put these ones an inch apart. And this was 1.25 inches from that one, and I believe this one is 1.25 inches from that one. It just, spacing wise, it worked out. So you just kind of got to make those executive decisions. What I can tell you is that in the long run, it doesn't freaking matter, but sometimes it's hard to commit to a decision. All right. I'm kind of ready to do the scary part, and I'm debating whether or not I want to do, well, let's get to the next size up, but I'm debating whether or not I want to do, no, I don't need to use this size anywhere else. I do not. Not yet. This one will be used later, but not right now. These ones here, I need to find the little rubber grommets I was going to use for that. I think I got those right here. Yeah, I grabbed them out earlier. So this is the size that we're going to use, and if I'm not mistaken, that is a 7/16 diameter. 7/16 is, I think, on this one. See if I can find it. This one has 7/16. It's way up here. It's the third from the last one. So I'm going to be brave. I'm going to go for it, and we're going to get these 2 grommets here installed at the moment, or right now, I should say. We're going big. Let's see here. You know, the answer is yes, but then it's like how much bigger, right? Like, do I make it 18 inches? So another standard size that they have is 18 inches. So I only gain a 1/2 inch either direction. There's that. I could have gone with 19 inches. I don't like the Marshall cap, the ones that are literally this wide here, where they're, I think, kicked in the balls for 2 weeks. That sounds freaking amazing. Not. Yeah, but hey, I mean, as long as you come out alive, that's the important part. But so yeah, I could have gone bigger, but then I think there comes a point of diminishing returns, right? So you end up with this ginormous chassis that has all kinds of space, but you're not really utilizing any of it. Like in my case here, we're just making sure that we utilize all the space that we have. So going bigger just buys you more space. Ultimately, it would be a little bit nicer to maybe have another inch deeper. That probably would have been preferable in my case. The width really isn't my problem. It's more the depth that's kind of hurting me right now, but it doesn't hurt because realistically you want to try to get these wire runs as short as practical. I wouldn't say as short as possible, but as short as practical. And in this case here, some of these wire runs are going to be like literally, the wire length in and of itself will only be maybe an inch long. So in terms of achieving the goal of as short as possible, we've pretty much done that. So let's go ahead and get brave. I'm hoping that's going to be right. I'm just going to, I think I got one more hole or more to go, perhaps. We'll find out here in a second. So what I'll do is I'll clean it up there and we'll double check. Oh yeah, we're going to be okay. So I still need to go for sure one more hole size because I believe, well, maybe, yeah. Yeah. There it is. That's the hole size we needed. So now this thing will fit in there quite nicely. It's a little bit tight when you got all the tape on there and stuff, but this is 2 mil thick, whatchamacallit, chassis material or aluminum. So it gets pretty tight like a toiga. And what do I want? I want something nice and round and soft. There we go. Something like that. So there we have it. That is the size we need, so we'll go with that. And I'm just going to push that through for now because I still need to deburr the inside. So that's what happens on the inside of these things here is you end up with those little things. Let's see if you can see it. You can kind of see it there. Anyway, so I got some deburring to do there, but let's get this other side drilled real quick like. Is. So unibits are a little bit scary because it's sometimes easy to forget or miss the hole, and it's always best to err shallow, I guess, if you will. So not above in size, but just food for thought when you're doing this for yourself. I'm going to get an extension. You want to make sure, of course, that you don't overshoot because that would be ungood. So what I want is a little length so I can get down in there and get underneath the, you can't, but see what I mean? Like underneath the lip there. I think that worked out well. It's pretty damn clean if I have to say so myself. So now we got 2 nice little clean holes there. And the other holes are ready to go because I already sized those out. So let's go ahead and do that. Now I'm going to use a different bit for that. These holes are a little bit different size. They're smaller. So we don't need to use a ginormous deburring tool. So we're just going to use this. You see this one works quite nice. Very nice, very nice. Let's get the bottom side here. I think I can fit in, nope. So that's what, again, this guy here is for. Allows me to get down in there. There it is. So there we go. So now it's all nice and pretty like in there, right? Now on the top, we have another problem that we got to deal with. We got all this stuff here, right? So we kind of got to peel the tape away. And then we're also going to have to peel some of the, plastic away here in a minute. But we don't want to go crazy. I want to try to keep it covered up as much as I can for the time being, I guess is the term for it. So let's go ahead. There we go. See, like that. That's what I want. Something like that. Do I have a good lip there? I do. Just double check on that. Yeah, there we go. This is that's a new countersink. So it's got a nice little bite to that. Is it aluminum? Yes, it is. Absolutely aluminum. Now, I like aluminum. A lot of people like steel. I like aluminum. Now, why do I like aluminum? Aluminum is non-ferrous, so it doesn't interact with electromagnetic stuff, right? So, you know, the electromagnetics that go along inside an amp just aren't really affected by it, but it makes a good shield. So it's good for keeping, you know, the noise out for the most part, but it doesn't interact electrically with the electromagnetic side of things, which to me is an ideal thing. So there we are. So that's where those things are going to go. We got to peel the plastic away, but you can kind of see here it's thick material, so there they are. Ta-da! So now we got two little rubber grommets in there, and once we kind of do something like this, they fit in the hole and circle out, right? So that's how you make them round. You just circle the thing around and that presses it out. And then, of course, these are going to end up coming back out because I still got to clear the plastic out from underneath there. In fact, a trick for that, if you're a guitar player, you kind of already have one of these probably around that has been worn down to a nice little sharp edge or something like that. What's nice about this plastic is you can just room around the thing and then you can peel the plastic back. But we're not going to do that yet. So that's what I use my used picks for, is to slice the plastic. But cool. I like the fitment. That's good. So I'm going to go ahead and take these back out, and we'll come back to that in a minute. Now, let's get these holes done here, because these are the ones that are scaring me a little bit. So those ones, I went with a slightly larger size. Let me get those out. Meow. Where art thou? There's two of them. There it is. So I went with this size here, and as I recall, I don't recall. That's just it. Let me get my thing here and figure out again. I think it was 3/4. 5/8. 5/8 is what it should be, if I'm not mistaken. So let's go ahead and make sure that we got a 5/8. This one does not go to 5/8. It goes to 1/2 inch. Maybe what I'll do is I'll start with this one and get to as large as I can, and then we'll come back around on it. I like this. This unit bit's really nice. I don't know what it is. It just always works really well for me. So let's just commit, and we'll figure out the rest as we go down. I'm going to kind of stop a little short there. Clear a little bit of my mess out. I have to be careful for like the next few days. I will literally have shards of aluminum stuck all up in my shoes and stuff. It gets all over the house. Fun stuff like that. So, all right, let's see where we're at here. Let's get the right size. So far, those are looking pretty well centered. This one is a little bit better than the other one, but we'll have some windage. We're gonna be all right. Let's see here. What size of these do I want to go with? Okay, so this one has a 5/8 on it. So we'll go with that one. This is a big one, so these ones are a little scary sometimes. They're cool, I like them, but they're also just freaky. For stuff like that, when they get caught, you just gotta hope and pray that you don't freaking bite the material and tweak it, because if you catch it bad enough, you can actually bend the material. Alright, so that hole, as you can tell, did not end up very centered, which is what I was kind of talking about with unibits being a little bit more of a pain in the ass to align. But we might still be able to salvage this. So the hole still needs to be bigger, so I just need to try to irk it down that way when I go up to the next bit size, which I believe is the target hole that we're after. Ugh, not my day on that one. It will work, but not my day on that one. It's not that far off, but it's annoying. I think this is the size that we're shooting for, though. It is a bit tight. I might need to go one more. Let's look at the bottom here. How bad are we? That's why it doesn't want to fit. Need to deburr the bottom half as well. So let's go ahead and do that. You can kind of see it's a little marred up in there. So let's go ahead and do that. Now this is an interesting one. I've never seen it before where it's left marks on the inside of the chassis. There we go. That's nice and clean now. Luckily you won't see them because the wonderful Wizard of was. Come on now. Get off. There you go. Alright. Yeah, that's the size of the hole. And it fits within the circle. That's the important part. I put that little hole, that circle in there. I can still enlarge that one a little bit if needed, but landing wise, it didn't quite come out perfect, but whatever. I think that was the one. That looks a little big. Hopefully I didn't go over. Alright. Oh boy. It's about the most exciting crap you guys have ever watched in your entire lives, isn't it? So let's see here. How did we do? Oh, we did alright. We're good. I was a little scared there for a second. We got it right. I was like, I'm crazy, but I'm not that crazy. Yeah, there we go. So those are in there now. Let's double check and make sure our piece is going to fit over the top. So this is the big thing. This is why I kind of wanted to get this out of the way. And that is backwards. This goes like that. But as you can see, right, fits quite nice. So happy accidents, right? And the holes look like they're going to line up pretty good. This one here, we want to try to in towards, you can't really see it, but we'll want to that one in just a little bit. The remaining holes look like they're pretty good though. So I'm happy. That landed really well. So even despite my mistakes, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay, everybody. It's going to be okay. Yes, I laugh at my own freaking jokes. Look, I'm not that funny. Yeah, smacked your face with the drill. I have almost broken my freaking wrist with these damn things. The half horsepower ones, when you freaking bind the frickers up, holy hell. Those suck. And even with the handle sometimes on those things, like when you're using like the the larger size bits, 5/8 and above, man, when they bite, they freaking bite. It's another reason I don't really like using the drill press all that much, is because that thing, it'll just tear through it. And I've had incidents before where it's just like, it binds so much that it literally starts to deform the metal, which is ungood. So, all right. So we need 1/4-inch holes at the very least. Are you shielding the transformer, and why? The answer is yes. That is what that plate was for, the black plate that I keep bringing back and forth here. So this is the shield. Now, what is the purpose of the shield? So that transformer is mighty big. She's a big gal, right? And she is more than likely going to send off quite a bit of EMI, electromagnetic interference, right? Well, unfortunately, talking about the space and why not go bigger, this, that, or the other, it is such a large transformer that it probably wouldn't matter if I went with a 10-inch deep chassis. Like, that thing is still eating up half the chassis. So as you can see, I've got power tubes here, and I've got most of my preamp tubes like right up the center of that transformer. So the idea behind this right here is to shield the EMI and allow it to get out of the chassis and not into my preamp tubes. Based on all my stuff here, I think we're going to be all right. Like, I probably don't need it at all, but we're going to do it. Induction, yeah, it'll induct itself. Oh, hey, cool. There you guys are. Well, talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to get a different size bit here because we got to go up to 1/4-inch for these other holes here. And I believe this is my 1/4-inch here. That is, so now I got to size up to it. And I think, yeah, we already did that one. Oh, go figure. Woo! So that's probably where the drill press would be ideal, perhaps. All right. I think we're at a spot now. We can go with 1/4-inch. This one was 3/16, so let's go 1/4-inch. We'll probably end up going one size over on these ones. I do got to get the screw back out to see. We'll place it in there and see how bad it's going to be, but I do believe we'll have to add some windage here. So, golly, that sucks it right on down, doesn't it? Okay, so there's 1/4-inch. Ooh, so that one bit all the way down and hit the freaking wood on the bottom, darn it. It's all good. That's what it's there for. Okay, so let's get that screw out, which I think I already have, or bolt, or whatever the hell you want to call it. I thought I left it over here. I did. I've got 2 of them. I need to get 4 of them. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Get the furk out of there. So those will fit. That's not the problem. Alright, let's get the other remaining bolts out. I'm gonna move some stuff here real quick. I need dossier moss. And then I need, I think I'm gonna use 8 of these guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. I need 1, 2, 3, 4 of those. Alright, so those are those things that we're going to end up using. Now, at this point, we just want to see it fit and see what kind of space we get to work within and how well it'll center up. But you can kind of see here, maybe you can't, I don't know. You can't really see these other holes down here, but it's a little off center. It's not perfect, but what I can tell you is that all 4 holes went in. So now the question is will it align? Yeah, we got enough windage here. I think we're gonna be okay. Yeah, I'm confident in that fitting. I'm confident. So we can see that those things are pretty well centered there, that when we put these in, they'll just kind of sit there like they were. Okay, I did a good job on that. So let's go ahead and pull that out. So I'm probably not going to install this today. 2 reasons. Reason number 1 is I'm still waiting for this paint to dry. This is taller than the transformer. So this thing here is like 5.5 or something like that inches tall, whereas the transformer is only like 5 1/4 or something like that. So this thing's just a little bit taller than the transformer. That's not such a big problem, but I also need to paint the bottom of this thing. We talked about that yesterday. This is just a real thin layer of whatchamacallit, freaking glaze, but I need to paint the bottom of this still, and then I need to place a layer of insulation. I showed that yesterday as well, but this is you know, it's insulation, right? Electrical insulation. So that'll go on the bottom as well. Now, another thing we're going to have to work out is making it so that I can bond that steel plate to the chassis, but I don't want it to bond through the connection here. That's what the insulation's for. I don't think the bolts are going to do it. So we'll have these bolts here that'll go in through the top of the, you know, the transformer there and bolt through, but I don't think we're going to have enough connection via the bolts to make it a reliable one. So I'm just kind of going over my problems, I guess, or things I'm trying to work out. Hopefully these bolts aren't going to be too long. I tried to get it sized so that the top of the head will literally just stick out. The reason that is I need, so one of those turret boards there is literally going to go right over the top of a pair of these bolts, or one of these bolts at the very least. And I wanted to use as short as possible of a standoff for that. And I believe, based on what I'm seeing, I'm going to have to go with a 1/2 inch standoff, which is really cutting close. That whole space thing again. But really cutting close for what I need in order to place the effects loop in this thing. But we will cross that bridge when we get there. So we've got 2 transformers ready to get put in. Let's go ahead and move to the front side here. I'm going to clean up just a little bit. I want to get it so we can put, whatchamacallits, words. They're starting to escape me. It's a real show now. The pots. I want to make it so we can get the pots placed in. And let's go ahead and get this side done up real quick with this. So we're going to go boop. I'm cutting it close right there. Come on. And those came out good. It baffles my mind how it scraped up the inside of that thing. You're not going to see it, but it's just weird. Weird how it did that. All right, anyway, moving on. Let's get this thing out of here for a second. I just want to clean up as we kind of go along here so we don't end up with too much opportunity for shards, which will scratch the chassis. The big thing is we do not want to scratch the chassis, right? Don't want to scratch the beautiful stuff. There is an amp that I got, or that I built before, and unfortunately when the chassis was being made, there was like a big old nick that they put in the top of it, and I had to finish the freaking whole top. I had to re-grain it, if you will, And it looks nice, don't get me wrong, it looks nice, and it's got the nice uniform scratches and stuff like that, you know, kind of looks somewhat like that, but it was not fun because, it, you know, basically you have to do more work. And of course, that means that anything that you did put in, you've got to now take back out so you can do that. Okay, so let's go ahead, start with the front. Let's go with the pots and stuff like that. I know what size these are, so those are 3/8 inch, which I believe is this size here. And I don't know that I want to use this yet. As you've seen, these things bite pretty hard. So we're going to work our way up through the sizing, and we'll go from there. So this is our next size up. But let's see here. This one's probably going to bite pretty good too, but we're going to go ahead. We know that this one will fit, so I'm just going to go ahead and do these ones. I just don't like how they bite sometimes. As you may also recall, there is one hole still on the front I need to drill. I'm going to anticipate not trying to use the mid pot or mid control at the moment. So I left this thing a hole shy in hopes that we won't have to use it. It's probably, I'm probably just gonna end up putting it in there, right? But we'll cross that bridge. Okay, let's see here. I think we can go up to our final size, but I think I want to go with this. I'm going to try it with this one first and see if it works out for me. So 3/8 is, which one is the 3/8? I don't know that this one actually has a 3/8 on it. And you would think with all the light that I got, it would be easy to read, and I got my glasses on as well, which doesn't appear to be helping. So 3/8 is this one right there. I think what I'm going to do is mark that to make it easier to find, make it helpful for me. And that is 3/8 right here. So we're going to stop before we get to that line and double check and make sure. Grab one of the pots. If you're going to bring the pots over to work with them, this is not a good example of one to use. I don't want to use that one either. I want to get one of my normal pots. Sorry. They make different types of pots, and the one that I did grab is not the proper one. I'll show you what I mean here in a minute. Once upon a time, I bought a bunch of pots to do a thing with, and there's a 24 mil version, and then there's a 3/8 version. And if you look down at these guys here, you can kind of see that they've got a slightly different shaft on them, even though they're the same value pot, you know, B1M. Well, one's a 500K, but this one's got a steel stamp chassis. This one has like a potted aluminum chassis. This one is the 24 mil or something like that. Maybe it's 24 mil. I can't remember exactly, but this is the actual one I'm going to be using. So this one I need to put away because I will not be using that one. So you do got to be mindful of those sort of things when you order your when you're ordering your pots. There is a difference, even though 24 mil is basically 3/8. It's like really close to it, but it's like one bit size down underneath that. So I'm going to use this one to help size up my whatchamacallits here. So let's go ahead and start over here. I'm going to stop just a little bit short, make sure we're not going to screw ourselves here. And that will not fit, so that means we can go bigger. So I went one more hole bigger, and I don't think we're quite there yet, but let me confirm that. I do believe we need to go one more hole size. Let me make sure it's not just burrs. And I'm also going to go ahead and take off the nut here. This must not be interesting because there's only like 5 of you in here. What do I bore you or something? Am I not exciting? There it is. That's the one that we needed. Okay, so, and there it is. It fits in there like a dream. All right, so that is where we need to go. So I just need to make sure that I very carefully do that. And I'm going to show you a little trick here. So when you're, so see the little lock tab on this? The little, let's see if I can get this thing to focus. There. So see that little lock tab on there? I like using those. Those are muy importante. But you do also have to make sure that you got this thing clocked right. So when I put these things in the amps, I like putting them with the I'm standing so far away you can't even see it. I like having these things pointing up at me. I don't do them pointing down. Some people like them down. I like them pointing up. It just makes life easier for me. So when I put it in, I'm going to put it in like that, which means the locking tab will be over here. Now you'll notice I didn't put a mark for it, but I did draw the center line. Now drawing the center line is super duper helpful words, because you got that little thing right there. So then what you do is you stick that in there and you get it down in there and you can scratch out exactly where it's going to be. So by that I mean literally it left a little mark. If you would focus, you fack. See that little mark right there? That is where I need to put the little punch for it. So a 1/8 inch hole is about perfect for that, if I am not mistaken. Let me find my 1/8 inch bit. There it is. So here's a 1/8 inch bit, and there's the little thing. Yeah, it fits quite nice with a 1/8 inch bit. So that's how I locate those. So what you could do at this point, if you really wanted to just do all your test fitting, oh, I left it out, is do this. So we're going to go ahead and center punch right there on that. And always start with your baby size first, your pilot hole, if you will. It makes life so much easier. And it also allows you opportunity, because if your center punch moves or your bit walks a little bit, if you go up in the sizes, you can generally kind of work out some of your mistakes. I kind of mentioned that before, but I'm just saying. So what you're gonna find when I'm done is that all these things will be very well. I can already tell that these are like spot the hell on. So there's this one. Now when I take this thing and put it in here like this, I'm a little shaky for some reason today, but there it is. There it is. Now it's locked in place. Makes sense? And then when you thread it in, because this material is 2 mil, that thing does not stick up through it or down through it, which locks this in place, and it doesn't affect the faceplate. So we'll keep this out so we can complete doing what we just did, but let's go ahead and get the rest of them kind of done up now. So, no, not that one. This one. All right. Still got to deburr these as well, so that's another thing. So I need to go up one more size. I think that was it. Or do I gotta go a little further? A little further. I think. Yeah, I gotta go all the way through. Just want to double check. You don't want to furk this up. There it is. So that's more of a feel thing right there. All right, so that's going to go in the hole, and then I'm going to go ahead and just do this right now. So there's that. And I will center punch it. I'm not going to drill it out right now. I'm just going to center punch it. So, dang it. Do what I tell you to. So these things here, you got to kind of hold them at an angle in order for the thing to reset. Okay, moving on. Okay, one more to go. And that was it. All right. One more. Ooh, that one bit. Didn't like that one bit. I don't like it when it bites. All right. No good when she bites. Couple more of these to go, and then we get some of the more oddball sizes for the remainder of the things here. Nice tip. That is how I do it. Just the tip, okay? Remember that. Just the wait, what? Did I miss that one again? Or is there more stuff in there? Kind of feel like we need to clear this one. Don't want to go too big. Yeah, see, I kind of knew it. Something was telling me that it was the right size. So do mind the burrs. If you got burrs inside the hole, it will change it up. All right, so that's good there. We got one more in the 3/8 inch category. All right. I'm going to put the mark on there one more time just so I don't miss it. It was a little more difficult to see the last time around. All right, that's good enough. I'll figure it out from there. One more. There it is. All right. Oh yeah. Alrighty then. Now that we got all those, let's go ahead and get the baby pilot hole drilled. And we'll just start here because it was convenient. inch hole, 1/8 inch. All right, you will need to deburr all these, just FYI, so that includes the small baby holes as well. Did I leave that bit out? I don't recall if I did or not. It looks like I should have, because I'm not seeing it right there. Where did I put that little turd? I might have moved it over here. Yes, I did. I left it in this guy. Do you guys have Harbor Freight over there in Europe and all that jazz? I mean, everything's made it out of Chinese there anyway, but Harbor Freight, that is. But I would assume you guys have a Harbor Freight. These, I mean, they're cheap, but they work really, really good. I'll be honest, I like them a lot. I like it a lot. I am going to change things up here. Now this is worth its weight in gold. I have to say it, I like it a lot. What I don't like is that I put the wrong bit in there. And it sucked it all the way down to the bottom. I want you to show me the way every day. I want you day after day. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. All right, let's see here. Did I get that cleared enough? No, we can do better. We can do better. You better, true bet. When I say I need you, say you better. You bet. You better bet your life. Oh, I'll cut you like a knife. When I see... Come on, sing it with me, boys. Lows? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Whoa, that bit good. This is a new countersink, and I'm apparently used to the other ones where I got to give it a little squeeze. And yeah, I gotta touch it up just a little bit here, but you. Ooh, I hate it when I do that. A little bit of a mark there. Oops. I try not to touch the inside of the chassis as much as possible because it will show fingerprints. And then, of course, any kind of time that you freaking tap it with anything you don't want, it'll freaking mar it up. That would be ungood. I don't know why I'm cleaning it. I still got a bit more to do. But now that we got that, do I dare? Let's go ahead and do this. I just want to do like a quick test fit, but I want to make sure. I want to leave that one in there though, because that one has the mark that we need. And hopefully that didn't move much, but you can kind of see there how tight did we get it. From here, it looks pretty freaking good to me. You guys probably can't see it, but what I'm trying to get at is how square those holes are going to be. But when this thing goes in there, it'll go in there like that. And that sits just flush with the thing, etc., etc. So we just want to make sure that they all fit. Like a glove, like a glove, like a glove, like a glove. Oh my God. It's almost like I know what I'm doing or something. Part of me just says drill that hole and be done with it, and we're just going to find a way to put a mid contour in here. As much as I don't like to or want to, I think we're just going to have to, just to increase people's interest. But you guys tell me. A great video on Fender. Yeah, I was watching that. Is that the one where he shows you the difference between like the 5E3 and the 5D3 or whatever it is? He's got some pretty cool stuff. I think he's going to end up pigeonholing himself into having to do a modified 5E3 versus just a standard box standard 5E3. Like, that's the direction he's going to end up having to go at the rate he's going. I might be wrong. But it is a cool series. I do like it. All right, so 7/16. Let's put the stuff back on this. B&Q is your lows. That 5C I've never heard of. So it's just a different version of it. My understanding is that it's almost identical, with the exception of the fact that it what's the term I want to use? I think the phase inverter is just a little bit different. There's like a couple different variances. It's not extreme, but it's just enough. So we figured it out yesterday. It should be 7/16. I know that this Unibit here has a 7/16 on it, and that one is this third to the last one here. But we do want to stop ahead of time because we don't want to goof it up. So 7/16 is this one. Oop, I heard a UPS truck out front. I have a package with my name on it coming, and it's got parts for this. I've got a few things kind of rolling in still at the moment. Just little things to kind of help tighten stuff up. So I think he just closed the door, so I think he just dropped it on my porch a moment ago. All right, so we're going to go ahead and do this. This is the input jack here that we're doing right now. Okay, if I did this right, I'll have stopped a little bit shallow, and this won't fit. It better not fit. It does not fit. That means we do need to go one bigger. That is a good thing. So let's go ahead and go one bigger. Now, if everything is right, this will fit nice and tight. And it does. It's a nice tight fit. Give it back. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now, since we've got two others of these on the back, I'm going to go ahead and just get that done. But first, let's clean up the front. Okay, that does feel good. Feels good. Yeah, it feels good. Oh, sorry. That's what I do when I'm in my own world. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of hard to talk and do this at the same time with you guys. Like, it's not that it's impossible or something like that, or that I don't want to. It's, I'm literally having a conversation with people that I can't see, and I don't know why I'm talking. You know what I mean? Like, you're literally having a conversation with potentially nobody, because you guys don't have to be there. I mean, I can see that there's, you know, 3 of you in here at the moment, a whole of 3 of you, but this is more for whoever wins the amp, so they can actually see how it's kind of put together. So that fits really nice. I like it a lot. I was not expecting today to be a good day in that regard for me. So thank you for coming in and spending time with me. But do know that I do feel a little weird chit-chatting. Like, it almost makes no sense. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get these ones done as well. And I think what I want to do is walk up a little bit on those. Yeah, let's walk up on those a little bit. I did do that size. Okay, that's good. That might be good enough then. Didn't remember doing that. My apologies. All right, here we go. Now, I think I went all the way to the size I was supposed to. We're going to find out right now. I don't know why I put that thing back on there. I just had it off. And I knew that I was going to be... maybe I didn't. Maybe I did. I was a good boy. I might have been a good boy. Yeah, it looks like I was a good boy. I generally try to always stop short by 1. Just in case. Thus my eyes deceive me. Yes. Okay, good. Uno mas y todo. There it is. There it is. Okay, so survey says, fits like a glove. That is going to be a little bit, no, that's going to fit like a dream. All right, perfecto. These will go like that inside of the, actually, excuse me, like this inside of the amp there. So these, I like having these point up to the top, or I guess technically it would be the bottom of the amp, but I like trying to make it so you can get to all the parts. All right, so. It looks like I did a good job and I stopped short again. Let's double check. No, I did. I was a good boy. Such a good boy. Such a good boy. Stay. All right, and like a glove. All right. All right. Let's go ahead and get the inside. This will fit. I'll be danged. Shut up. All right. It's almost time to clean up again over here. Starting to get a little messy again. But we're making good progress here. Let's get that one done now. So this one also has a hole. And you can see there, I didn't quite make a line all the way up and down. Let me double check on that. I'm quite certain that one, the hole goes to the top. So let's find out. Where did I put you? There you are. Yes. So this one goes in there like that, right? So, no, wrong. Goes in there like that. And then this will end up there. So I need to run a hole or a line all the way through. Excuse me, goodness. My apologies, everybody. I want you. So let me go ahead and do that because I think this hole ended up just a little bit off, but let's go. Come on. There we are. Nope. Close enough, though. Close enough. All right, so the reason I need that line there is so that way I can do that trick again where I set this in there and then mark out where that hole needs to be. This one is historically troublesome for me because it is an odd size. So the trick I have found is a little less than ideal. So like the 7/16 that we just put was too big, but the 3/8 is too small, right? So it's like we got to fit somewhere between a 3/8 and a 7/16, and I've only got one hole size in between those two. And as I recall, it's still too large. So I'm going to stop at the 3/8 inch mark, which is that one there. And I want you. Yeah, you're the 3/8. So I have a 13/32. It's an odd size, but this is a 15/32. So we need a 1/16 inch bigger than what I got. So it's like one of those in between sizes, and I don't have anything else that has anything that's 15, 30 seconds or whatever. So I'm going to stop at 3/8 and then we're going to show you this little trick that I try. So that is 3/8. I went all the way this time because I wasn't that worried. So this thing should not fit. It does not. So a way I have found is literally by using one of these things. So you just countersink it on both ways until you get to a point where the middle just kind of meets in. That is one way of doing it, but I'm going to see if I have a 15-30 seconds in my other kit. Where did I put it? It's over here. My apologies. I thought I got it because it had that size. I could be wrong though. Okay, I see a 7/30 seconds. That ain't it. And then this is a 5/16. So no, it does not have that size in it. I thought I had one. I got a 15/64. It does me zero bit of good. All right, let me see if these other ones have that in between size. 9/16. That ain't it. What about you? Yeah, you're the same size. 9/16. 7. Gall darn it. All right, so let me double check here how this is going to work out. Let's bust out Mr. Micrometer. I want to see if there's a better way. I could go up one more size on that, but I think it winds up being too big, and like too big in a bad way. Come on, shut down. Or 0. It's getting temperamental in its old age. So we're shooting for like 4.0 or 395 or 396 thereabouts. So let's see what this is going to line up at this point right there. That's 404, 405. It's so close. I'm going to go ahead and go for it. It's just a little on the fat side. It's just a little on the fat side, but I'll try to stop a little short. Nope, it sucked itself on in there. I get the feeling I just fucked up. No. Did I? Yeah, I did. It fits okay. But that's... Where am I? No, okay, I didn't fuck up. Damn it. Forgot to turn this thing around. We didn't do that size yet. Oh, well, didn't we get lucky? What the hell was I thinking? So 15-30 seconds. That is going to actually be the power switch. We're still going to be okay, though. The power switch is a little... Yeah, that one needs to be another size bigger. I wonder if I got confused yesterday. Because I know this one needs to be... I guess we got lucky in that regard. So, I don't know how I got lucky, but we got lucky. So this one here, I'm going to go one size bigger. Since we're already there, we're just going to deal. And this doesn't fit yet, so we got to go one more size yet still. But there's another problem, and I kind of firked her. There is... I guess it doesn't matter. It does not matter. I'll show you why here. Same deal as before. So for this power switch here, golly, I'm kind of starting to lose my junk for a second here. So I don't have a way to put the locating key in these things. And what I mean by that locating key is you can see that notch that's there. So if you have like a full-on, stamping capability, you can put that little notch in there. Well, they make these rings, these lock rings for these things that will help lock it in place. So same as these guys here where you set it in there and you twist it. Well, you can do the same thing on here, except for the problem is I didn't put my vertical through before I drilled all my hole all the way through. So I've kind of got myself in a little bit of a pickle, but we're going to try to work our way out of that little pickle by doing this. We're going to imagine where the lowest spot on our thing is, and it's going to be right in here somewhere. And we're going to imagine that being our top thereabouts. It's not like hypercritical or anything, but that's pretty dang close. It's close enough. We'll know that it's in that range, right? It's just to make sure that we got to hit it. So that the switch, when it rocks vertical. That's the idea. My apologies. All right, so since we're on this now, let's get it sized up. And as I recall, let's just double check on that. I have the micrometer out still, so it says 15-30 seconds, but it doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot. So 4.6, so we're shooting for 4.7 or thereabouts. That fits really well. So if I go one more size, I'll be okay. So we're basically going to second to the last one on here, which is the next hole. So that should just fit, and it does. It fits quite nice like. Now you can see it gets kind of tight up in there, but it will fit. But it gets it like right down to the bottom of the chassis there. But I'm going to have it like this though, so these will be up at the top. So it's not the end of the world, but just the little things, right? You do got to make sure that you work that stuff out before you drill the hole. If you're going to accidentally drill the hole, make sure you accidentally drill it undersized like I did. As I recall, yes, these all go to the bottom. So this is the on or off position. I can't recall. I don't know. So with this here, this is in the on position. The way I do it is it goes down. So the locating pin goes on the bottom. So what we'll do is we'll do this. There it is. So there's where our little hole needs to go. So let's go ahead and get this out. Loser. Uh-oh. Oh. Uh-oh. I think you have abilities. I'm just saying. I didn't realize Homeboy was here, the other guy. I wasn't even paying attention to those other two guys that just got let go. But there's a bunch of you on here that have that authority, in case I missed that kind of stuff. So just saying. I made you guys mods for a reason. Although, if I'm not mistaken, let me know if you have an issue. We'll figure it out here in a bit. But thank you for stopping by. What you up to today? What are you doing? Are you relaxing today, or? Yeah, no, I realize now what the problem that you're gonna have with that is. We'll wrap back around on that. I don't even think he's here at the moment, so I don't know that there's anything I could do at the moment. At this moment, we'll deal with it in a bit here. That is too small. I think the 1/8 inch is a little on the big side for this. No, it's perfect. We're going with the 1/8 inch. Yes, that is 1/8 inch. So I'm kind of shocked that I had a couple of I can see why he named himself the way he did for that. Oh wow. Well, I'm starting to collect them. I got my first set of trolls up in this batch. I did obviously a good, ooh, wow, I did great. I love it. Worked out well. All right. Sorry, that was an evil laugh. I'm smitten with myself and my work right now, even though some of it was accidental. I don't know how long you've been here, Andy, but I started drilling a hole that I thought was for something else, and almost fudged it. I got lucky though. It worked out in a good way. So let's see here. Click, clack. All right, let's see here. Yeah, right. Happy accidents. Don't you laugh at it. All right, let's see here. Since we're on the front, let's go ahead and just get this one now. We're already there. This one's always a bitch for me anyway. I kind of like getting the hard stuff out of the way. 11/16. It's pretty big. And I don't think I do have an 11/16 on this one, but it's freaking freaky to get there. I'm not going to do it in the I'm not doing it in the drill press today. So we're just going to go with this guy until we get to the size we need. Blam! We're drilling holes. We're drilling holes. Pretty soon we're going to be filling holes. Filling holes. All right. Alrighty, let's see here. 11/16 is that one right there. I'm going blind in my old age. Can't see very well. I'm getting to that point. And it's crazy to me because I got a butt ton of light, or at least to me it seems like a butt ton of light above me. So like I should be able to see like no problem, but it is admittedly LED lighting, so that might be part of my problem. All right, these things are nuts. I don't really like them, but we're gonna go for it. It tried. It was trying to bite. It was trying to bite. I'm going to clean it up just a little bit here. I think I've got one more to go. I'm almost positive I do, in fact. Let me get the pilot. Yes, we got at least one more to go here. So... God damn it, I hate it when it does that. Freaking bit pretty good there. Right at the freaking end. We're going to be all right, though. We're going to be all right. Now, this one does not have a locating pin, which is unfortunate because that one does like to spin. But I did buy some special, I guess they're not special, but they are, what do you call them? They're kind of like spanner wrenches, I guess, is what they call them. But they're like the really thin. Did I get you well? No, we're going to get right down there on the bottom. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Let's see here. Scroll up and click on... Oh. I didn't even know that he was... in that recently, to be honest. Where is he? You're making me work, damn it. Let's see here. There. Do your thing. Do that thing you do. All right. Let's see here. So this should fit in there now if I did not goof it up. Oh, what do you know? Fits like a glove. Imagine that. So technically that is all the holes on the front except for that last one. I'm just going to get brave. I don't want to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to go ahead and make the that contour control, mid control, or whatever the hell you want to call it. So I'm just going to go ahead and do it against my will. And I'm just trying to check and make sure nothing's changed here. Yeah, it didn't change. All right, so we want this hole. All right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. All right, there, you guys made me freaking do it. Guys, and your silliness and your need for freaking mid controls. I don't like mid controls. I like having my mids. I like my mids. Snarky comments hours ago. Yeah, right. I'm pretty good about not mirroring stuff. I do generally pretty good with that, but no, you can give me the snark. I'm down. It's all good. Helps keep me sane. I'm usually cursing and curring a hell of a lot more than what you see right now. But I'm also usually moving a lot faster too. Like, honestly, I'm kind of going pretty slow at the moment. Yes, okay, so 3/8. So that should be one shallow of where I need to be. I won't know until I get my freaking thingy back. There you are. Let's see here. Yep, got one more to go. One more to go, I do. Like a glove. Alright, and there's that. Ta-da! And I want this. So that's gonna go right. Damn it! Bite! Fucking thing. Gotta get it at a right angle sometimes, I swear. Alrighty. Moving on here. We're getting close. We're almost back to where we were a moment ago. Let's see here. And I want the 1/8 inch. That is you. And alrighty then, let's go ahead and do this real quick. Click. Do. That's good, I like it. And we're gonna get you now. Okay. Let's get that hole done now. I don't want to wait for our lives to be over. I don't want to wait for our lives to be over. Heard it here first. Alright, there it is. There's our front panel. More or less done. I don't think I need to keep tape on there any longer. Get out of there. Alright, now that we can actually see everything, the question is, how good did we actually do getting these things all nice and straight? Oh my. Yeah, those are fucking straight. Fucking straight, man. Oh, thank you for coming in and visiting with me and listening to me banter about stupid, useless crap. Let's see here. Like unimportant stuff to most people's day, what I'm doing here. There's a reason why there's only 8 people in here currently, and I think that's the highest part of it today. I'm shocked that there's been 110 people that have stopped by. I'd like to see if anybody's come across the freaking vertical thing that's gone up. The vertical thing, as far as I'm concerned, is a pile of junk. It's not worth even bothering with, but whatever. So this is that one that's at in-between size. So since I've already worn off the marker, let's go ahead and get that one to land in the in-between size. I believe that is this one here, yeah. So if I don't screw this up, we'll be all right. Okay. Please fit. Please don't fit. Actually, I don't want it to fit. All right, it does not fit. That's good. So we're going to go the next size up. And I still think it's going to be not fitting. If I'm not mistaken, it is like weird. It does fit. It's a little loose. This is what it is. That's what it was. It's a little looser than I'd like it to be. All right, there we go. All right, let's get the locating pin on this one. And if I don't want to mess it up, we want it to be like that. Yes, so we're going to put that locating pin right there, which means I want this guy. There we go. And boop. And I think the 1/8 inch works on this one. Okay, that is 1/8. Such posers. I'm actually shocked that they want to come in here and bother with me. I'm probably the guy that most people doesn't want to bother with. I'm gonna be honest in saying that I have anxieties, I guess you would say. Like, I have problems. I'm cool until I'm not fucking cool anymore. And I have the means to make things very, very, very difficult. There's a reason I'm so passive aggressive. Believe it or not, there's a reason I am the way I am. It doesn't seem obvious. Just know. Just know. I'm a cool freaking cat. But I get rid of bad habits like nobody's business. There's a reason I bite my nails. It keeps me from killing people. I mean, what? Sorry, that's not what I meant. Keeps me from definitely doing things I regret. All right, so let's see here. Let's clean off the inside of this a little bit here. Get some of these shards off. Stuck to the tape even, huh? I see how you are. Alright, so we've got a couple other holes here. So those are 3/8. So let's go ahead and get those done up. I'm a perfectly normal individual otherwise. Alright, so we're going 3/8 and 3/8. We're just going to go for it. And I'm stopping way short on this one because my mark is gone. So I want to make sure I stop on the right one here. There's 3/8. So that is my first mark here. Perfect. An appropriate burp for the cause, for the moment. All right, so that fits like it should. I need to get the actual ones that are going to go there. I don't know that these ones have locating pins. Yeah, these ones don't. Very disappointing, unfortunately. They only make a couple sizes of these things, these bias pots, these ones that are kind of meant for that purpose, if you will. Another thing, I don't know, whatever. Watch, these things are going to be different size. I'm going to be pissed. No, it's 3/8. But they don't have locating pins, so we're not going to bother with the locating pins. Imagine that. All right, I need to also clean up my mess as we're going along here. So I don't want things to get contaminated, see? We want this Yeah, those are there. Okay. Sorry, we're doing some housekeeping over here. Housekeeping? I cook, I clean, housekeeping. What is that freaking, is it Family Guy? No, not Family Guy. Yeah, Family Guy. I watch. Sorry, I make myself laugh. Don't you laugh at me. You laugh with me, okay? Just so socially awkward enough to manage myself, okay? All right, let's get another hole. Pretty sure that's stopping short. It looks like it is. Survey says, yeah, one more hole to go. Boop. Do 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 do. Yeah, in the hole, baby. All right. And all right, so we got a couple more holes to go here. Let's go ahead and get these done. Alrighty then, I guess I don't need to have a cheap ass pair of calipers sitting out, so we'll put these away. Click. I've actually had these for a long time. These actually do pretty dang good. I mean, it's accurate within close enough to be accurate for what we got going on. So, but yeah. Okay, so 1/2 inch is the last size that we can do on this back side here. That's these guys there. So I believe this thing goes up to 1/2 inch, and it does. So basically we go all the way through with this one there. It does such a good job. I kind of don't want to tempt fate. We're just going to keep going with it because it does so good. All right. Last couple holes for this portion of it anyway. Woohoo! Ha-ha! Hee-hee! All right, let's see here. Did we do good? Oh, we did good. We did so good. Oh my god. Let's check this one too. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, let's go ahead and do the next one here. Alrighty then. Let's go ahead. Ooh, yeah, all kinds of shards coming out that time. All right. Okay, so that's all the major holes. Now we got all the big holes to do. I think at this point here, so we're still waiting on some parts. I did get shipping confirmation on the PEM, the PEM, which is the power entrance module that I got that's going here. I am 99.99% sure that it has the same hole spacing as this one, right? Like, it makes sense that it should, but I'm not going to bank on that, so I'm going to wait until that thing actually comes before I drill those two holes. Again, we're waiting on the effects loop to come. It's going to have to go back here. I already drilled that hole there in the front, so there's no way it's going to fit right here, which means it has to go on the back, so we already know that now. There's, ow, Furker, get out. So we know that the effects loop is going to end up right in here somewhere. As I recall, it was something like 3.5, 3.25 inches or something like that. Fuck off! I'm a little bit tired, not gonna lie. Yes, it was. I think I got to bed finally around, what, 3 in the morning or something like that. For you, holy hell, dude, you were up all freaking night. That's for damn sure. for you is what, like 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning or something like that. There's a couple of these that didn't go very well, so I'm gonna redo these. Touch up. No, we're gonna do it the old-fashioned way. Where art thou? Let's see here. Oh, maybe I didn't even do that one. Really? Fuck you. There you are. That's, we can do a little bit better on that one. Okay, there it is. And on the back, everything's nice on the back. Yeah, we're good. Okay, so nice deburring in that regard. Now, this is where it starts to get difficult because now we're actually going to start going and getting these large holes. Now, this is for all the tea in China. Unfortunately, if I fuck these up, all this other work I did is for naught. So let me kind of do a little bit of cleanup here to get prepped for that. Gonna knock on some wood. Knock, knock, knock on wood. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Alright, sorry, I do make noises. I'm gonna put this stuff away. We don't need this out anymore. Except for, yeah, no, that's okay. That's good. This guy, I'm gonna put there for now. There is starting to become a pile of freaking chips all over the floor over here. It's almost funny. Okay, we're about to be even more because we're gonna have some fizzing. All right, get over there. Don't need this now. This can put away. This can put away. This part I'm a little fearful of. As I mentioned last night, if you were watching, the bit that I'm about to use here pulls up quite a bit of, shrapnel. And that shrapnel likes to wrap around the top of the chassis, or it rips the tape. That's the first thing it does, is rip the tape. And then when it rips the tape, then the shavings start to spin around along with it. And then it scratches, whatever's underneath it. That is ungood for our situation because the top is a finished part. And this is the bottom side. It's not too bad, but you can kind of see right there, maybe you can see that. See those scratches that are kind of circular around that guy there? There it is. Now you can kind of see it. But anyway, they're just there enough. Like, it's pretty mild. Now, there is a second layer of plastic. When I say second layer of plastic, I mean that there's the plastic sheet, protective coating that they put on it. That will hopefully make it so it doesn't scratch through. But historically, if you look at that plastic wrong, it will freaking get cut and leave a scratch on the surface of the material. So the hope is that we don't do that. That's the only reason I'm a little nervous, because we kind of are at that point of no return. If this gets borked now, we are done. We get to buy another chassis, or we have to refinish the top. And refinishing the top is a pain in the butt, but it can be done. I've had to do it. Like I said, I did it on another build I did not too long ago, and it came that way. It was damaged from the get. So sometimes you just luck of the draw, right? Luck of the draw. All right, sorry, I'm just cleaning up a little bit here because I'm like literally walking. You can hear it crunching probably. So I've got stuff all over the floor here. So I'm just going to clean it up a little bit. I'm not going to bust out the vacuum. I promise I won't do that. That is some brutality. I will not put you through, but I will get these immediate shards out of the damn way here, because they are everywhere. Here, I'm even going to put up another view so you can kind of see what the hell I'm doing. Down cam time, yay! So yes, I created another view for you guys so you can watch me do other stupid shit. Because isn't that what you want to watch? Is me do other stupid crap? I should probably do some more storytelling. I'm working on that part. I'm not like you, Andy. I don't tell too many of my life stories. You know, I have a bunch, but it's not time yet. It's not time yet, all right? All right, so we're going to put that here for now. All right. Just a little bit nervous. It's all in your shoes. Yeah, it's everywhere in my shoes right now. Polishing rifles. Right? Freaking polishing a different rifle. He was polishing his rod and pole, his twig and berries. Just I'm gonna start with the small ones because I got more of these to do. It's brave. That's all I can say. Other way. Oh boy, it's so scary. So scary. Okay. It's about 2,000 RPM. Alrighty, let's come down just a little bit. Let's get some distance figured out here. Gotta go down just a little bit more. I think that'll work. And then how far down will it go? That is more than deep enough. So let's go ahead and create a stop, like right in there. So right in there, I think we'll do. There we go. So I'm just gonna push a stop in on this thing here to make sure that it doesn't, so I don't push through. I mean, it has a bumper on it already, so it'll stop drilling at a certain point anyway, but I don't want to tempt fate. So what my plan is to get down on it. So we're going to crank down in on it. We're going to get it to cut the first little bit of material, and we're just going to do quick little things and hope to God that it doesn't scratch up my surface. So I apologize if this is noisy and I'm not paying attention to you, but tell us a story. We'll get to that some other time. All right. Whoa! Whoa! What did I do? Kind of glad I stopped anyway. There's a couple shards in there. I think what it is it'll go down far enough, but I think my thing rattled. It's a little closer than I'd like it, but whatever. We're gonna lock it there. And we're just going to relinquish on that a little bit. All right. What I need to do, I think, that's a little freaky. That just zapped right on through. It looks like it's square. Doesn't look like it walked on me. This is where we're gonna find out though. So it kind of just broke the last little bit through, but you can see, ow, it's still freaking hot. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. Did it get centered well? Oh my, yeah, motherfucker. Spot the fuck on. Okay, cool. That worked really, really well. Smitten like a kitten with that one. All right, see how that works? Makes sense? Smitten like a kitten. All right, we only got to do that like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 more times. Girl, Freddie Mercury must. No, he was saying that it can't be past the side of the mouth. Now, I don't know how true that is, but who am I to freaking argue? Hey, how's it going there, Vessel? Good to see you again. All right, so that worked well. Ow, mother. We're going to do that again. All right. Alright, are we 2 for 2? We are freaking 2 for 2, mother truckers. Alright, I'm not gonna lie, that is the best bit on the freaking planet. That was a freaking purchase well made, I will say it. I'll show it again in a minute here, just so you guys can take note of that tool, because this tool is doing the biz. For me, I like it. This is so much easier than the times in past. So what I mean in times past is that using like the unibit or using like larger size bits. So yeah, that's what I mean by that. I mean, look at that. It's just freaking nice little hole. Are we 3 for 3 is the next question. We are 3 for 3. The reason I know it's 3 for 3 is you can see that the center lines line up with that. And of course, when punched in through the bottom, like it's a nice, tight, perfect little fit. I like nice, tight, perfect little fits, especially when it comes to my sheet metal work. You guys thought I was going somewhere else. And if there were ladies in the house, you know that they were thinking naughty stuff. Get your heads out of the gutters, guys. Jeez. All right. All right, we got one more of those to go. And then we get the big bad mamma jamma. And that's the one that's actually kind of scary. This one kind of wallowed a little bit, but it is still, oh my God, it's so perfect. It's so perfect. I love it. Okay, so you can kind of see, maybe you can't because it won't fucking focus, you fuck. All right, anyway, there it goes. See that dot right in the middle of that guy there? That is bueno. All right. Sorry, I went a little unstable there for a second. Excuse me. All right, let's clean this thing up a little bit here. Ow. Got like this weird chip stuck in the spring. This thing has a little spring in it. I'll show you in a minute, but the spring is loaded up with a bunch of chips. Okay. Okay. Now this one's going to be a little bit more scary because it's off to the side of the thing a little bit here, so hopefully we don't have any problems. Yeah! Me and Nick DLG looking for a couple of... Alright. Can you tell I'm in a good mood right now? I hope you can tell I'm in a good mood right now. Because if you can't tell I'm in a good mood right now, I'm going to tell you right now. Hold on, now that we're in a good spot now, because I got to remove this cutter out anyway. But, dude, this thing is doing the biz for me right now. So, it's got a bunch of stuff caught in it right now, but it does what it's supposed to do. Oh, I see how it did that, or why it did that. Cut that hole a little bit larger because some stuff got caught in the little things there. But this is what it is. So this is an easy Ease-Arc. This is a 3/4 inch or 19 mil. Fits perfectly for these belt and sockets. The other size, I need to find it actually. I don't know where the hell I put it, but I think it's over there. But in either case, it uses these carbide tip little bits on there. And let me tell you, I mean, aside from the chatter, which is more probably a speed thing than anything, I probably need to speed up the bit or slow it down, one of the two. But that went so much better than I thought it was going to go. I was very nervous, if you couldn't already tell. But yeah, get yourself one of these. I dare say you could probably, I feel confident enough the next time. I think I could do it by hand with just a drill bit, but I think a drill press is probably more realistic, more realistically the better way to go for that. But we are now, here it is, onto the big bad mamma jamma. Now this is the one, ow, got pricked, little prick. So this one is a little bit bigger, as you can tell. Also a bit scary, but we're gonna just, if everything went that smooth, I think we're gonna be all right. So, hoping and a praying, because I think these are realistically the last two holes that I have to deal with before we can actually start stuffing stuff in this thing. At least stuffing stuff in enough that I don't have to worry about. Like, this is non-incidental, right? We can drill the holes into that. This is, again, non-incidental. I'll probably have to, I don't know, we'll see. Taking some of the stuff out of the back here. I freaking pricked myself. Freaking stapler. I'm gonna die now. I'm probably got some sort of staph infection. I keyed. There it goes. All right. Come on, tighten up. Do the tighten up. We only need one. We don't need two. We need just one. I'm out of drink right now too. All right, dos shimasu. Well, only two more holes for that style anyway. We still need to. Fucking thing made me bleed. We still got to punch these holes here. See if you can see them that way. Those holes there for mounting the turrets. I still need to figure out where we're going to put these ones here. So we'll come across that here in a minute. How long are we? We're 2 hours in. We're doing pretty good. Again, we're going kind of slow realistically. I would probably be done already if I didn't have to talk and bullshit and all that fun stuff. So we're going to see if I got the right depth here. We do. All right. Now, unfortunately, I got to change the angle of the dangle here. There it is. I don't know that I like that though. It's kind of, so it's because of the depth, I'm at kind of the edge of my table. So this could get a little weird, but we're going to go with it. Oh my god, that is so fucking amazing. I love that. I love it. Oh my god. You got to get one of these. If you're going to cut this stuff, you got to get one of these. Holy hell, that is so much easier. Look at that. And it is so freaking well centered. These are actually going to go that way, but you can See the line goes right through the middle. Now this will go underneath. This is a bottom mount. So this will go like, the burrs are really mild too. So that's going to go just like that. Beautiful. Yeah, and the burrs, it's not that bad. It's almost finished. I guess if I weren't like pushing my luck, like slamming it through, I could probably do a little bit better of a job. But this is the little puck that it punches out, and it literally just rips that last little half out. It's kind of interesting how it works. It's still really hot though. All right, one more to go. And then we're done with the scary crap. All right. All right. Let's do this. That was a little freaky. That was a little bit of chatter. It chewed up the side of my thing a little bit there, but it's not bad. It fits right still, so that's going to be less than fun in terms of cleaning up the burr that it created. But all right, so there is a limit to how fast you can kind of push those things through there. So what had happened was I got a little too brave, I guess, but it doesn't look like it affected anything negatively. It's just this ugly chatter. You can kind of see there's a slight difference. So we'll just have to clean that up a little bit. What sucks is that bit that I got, this one isn't big enough. So that's what this one is for. So this is one I got, and I got a brand new bit on it just for this. So we're gonna go ahead and again, you're never really going to see any of that, but I think that's going to do me just dandy. Let's go to this side of it. So I put a new bit on this one here, so it's got a little more bite, which is nice because it looks like we're going to need it. But let's go ahead and okay. You shouldn't see any of the chatter, I'm guessing, I'm hoping. Yeah, there's a little bit of, it did wallow it a little bit. I don't know how I can fix that. You'll see it, but it's not bad, but we'll make it work. We're gonna make this work. Hell or high water is gonna work. That's what they make files and stuff like that for, so we can go circularly around. Yeah, it's cleaning up. It's cleaning up. It's not bad. We're okay. We're okay. Again, you're never going to see it anyway because there's going to be a tube over the top of it. So this will go in here. All right. So, boop. All right. So now we've got some other holes to drill. So the other holes that we need to drill are to hold these guys in. Now these guys are going to go in this orientation that way. And these ones are going to go in this orientation that way. Make sense? Because what I want it to do is make it so that 2 and 7, which this is 2, which means this must be 7. I think I set it up so 2 and 7 are in that orientation as we're looking at it from the bottom. So it would be like this, literally, as we see it. Golly, it'd be good. So let's go ahead and mark out where we're going to put those. It's starting to get warm up in here now. It's a beautiful day here in California. Let's make some more marks. What do you think about that? So I'm going to just eyeball these ones. And there. So that spot, in that spot. We'll do the same thing here. I want you right there, yeah. All right. And if I did it, fudge. It's just so hard. Without, like, in theory, to do the right job, you should do something like this where you freaking get it on through, but this one's not long enough. You know what I mean? So it's like, do I really think I... Well, so I like them. Ooh, yeah. I like them. Yeah, that's going to be perfect. Okay, we're good. We did good. These ones are bottom mount sockets, though. It does work top mounted, but they're only held in by like that little, see that little tab right there? That little tab is, I think, more or less what holds that in. Like, I don't think this thing is actually sandwiched in there. I think it's literally like pressed over the top. So if you were to mount it from the top like that, what can happen is that lip that's supposed to be there, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I don't know. These are bottom mount. I bottom mount them. I like them bottom mounted. I like them on the bottom mounted. That is a me thing. So there. Beautiful Earth. How are you? Welcome to the party. Hold up just a second here as we do some housework. There we go. You're welcome. All right, so let's go ahead and smack these down in there. Nice. Did I get that? Yes, I did. Sorry if my face is in the way. I get my slowly balding head in the shot. Nice. Okay, there's that. Now we need to get these other ones. Now all these ones are going to go in this orientation here, so we already know that there's one there. Let's get these pins out and let's do this one. So there's the other one. Yes, and then this. We're going to go right there. I'm just doing it by eye and hand. Ooh, good thing you're never going to see that. By eye and hand, because these ones here, like, it's not the end of the world. It's kind of hard to get them like super centered anyway, but even if you measure them out, but when I do this, if I do a good job, which so far I've been doing a really good job, what we'll end up with is like this perfect line of holes. And that's all that one can hope for, is a nice, perfect line of holes. Most of that comes down to making sure that you center punch them well. And center punching is half the battle, because that is honestly where it kind of starts. If you don't get it right, it just never works out anyway. Oh boy, so far so good. Oh yeah, we're moving. And one more here. Bootimus. Let's see here. All right, so what we'll do is we'll just double check and make sure it's up the middle on all these. That is up the middle enough for me. I don't know if you can see that. You probably can't see it because my hands are in the way, but that one will be a nice tight one. Yeah, these are good. I like it. Bueno. Bueno. Okay, we're probably done with that. We can put this one over here for now. Okay, need the drill again. I'm gonna bust out my little wooden platform again. And we're gonna go, and I need my 1/8 inch, this guy here. Where are we at? We got 6 of you watching right now. It's not too bad, I suppose. There's actually been 142 people. That's amazing. And only an average view duration of 5 minutes and 12 seconds. That means motherfuckers are coming in here for a few minutes and walking out on me. What the hell? Am I not entertaining enough? Am I not funny looking enough for you? All right, going for it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Whoa! You brat. Knock it off. Jeez, so violent. All right, a couple more to go here. Rawr, rawr, rawr. All right, let's see here. 1/8 inch is, I think, what we decided was going to be our go-to on these. If I'm not mistaken. No, it was bigger than the 1/8 inch. That's right. It was this size here. So that's the one we need. All right, so we're gonna go with the larger size here. Or no. I'm gonna hit the intermediate. I want the intermediate size. Yeah. I'm pretty certain. Yes. Just double checking things. All right. Do it right. Yeah, why not? Sorry. I do curse at inanimate objects as well. Alright, let's see here. Those are still looking very straight. Yes, they are. And if I did this right, this little... Where did I put that little fucker? There it is. Aha, found it. This should not fit. Better not fit. It does not fit. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Now we will make it so it will fit. Alrighty then. This is good stuff, right? I mean, it's just... I wouldn't say it's relaxing. For me, it's nerve-wracking. Yay! Ow. Alright, let's see here. So now we can deburr. So let's get the deburring tool here. Where did I put that little forker? I put it away is what I did. Alright. Alrighty then. I should probably go over that with the larger one here. So there's a reason why I bought this guy here. So this one here is like, I think it's like around 11/16 or something like that. It's bigger than 3/4 of an inch. That was a big thing. Tone, young man. I am tone. I am tone. Really wish I could get to this one. There's a little bit of a lip there still. It's not bad. Just kind of chattered it a little bit, wallowed it out like a little bit. It chattered it out, but again, you're not going to see it once the stuff is on there anyway, but it's kind of a little bit, I'm a little bummed about that, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Oop, went a little heavy on that one. GD bird. Oh, that one freaking. Motherfucker, get out of there. All right, and one little circular scratch. You're never gonna see it though. Still pisses me off, but whatever. Whatever, I did what I can do. Those look like they came out pretty frickin' straight though. You won't really know until we get this thing kind of put together. Speaking of put together, I still have some other holes I gotta drill first. This might turn into a challenge for me because I kind of need to figure out where I'm going to put those turrets. I know where the line is that they're going to go on, but I don't know where they're going to go here and here relative to all this other stuff. You know what I mean? So it kind of seems to me like this one would want to land like right there because that kind of splits the two up, right? Does that make sense? Which then I just want to mirror that on this other side over here. So it kind of just steps over the top about the same amount, objectively speaking. So I think what I'm going to do is figure out what that distance is between these two and split that in half. And that's where I'll put the holes. That makes sense? I hope that makes sense. So this is one of those things we kind of got to work out in real time. Because there's just no way to know. No way to know. So how I want to do that is the Q mark. All right, let's see here. Here's how I'm going to do this. That's pretty much the edge there. And if I did this really, oh yeah, that landed really well. All right, if I did this right, when I do this one, now this one got wallowed out a little bit, but more or less landed spot on. All right, so that hole got wallowed out a little bit, but it's still within realm, right? So there's that one. So let's go ahead and do that on this other side as well. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah. Despite all that, they landed exactly where they were supposed to in terms of spacing, all that jazz, so we're good. All right, so now what we want to do is the same thing for these guys. And I just want to make sure we line them up nice like. Yep, there we go. Okay. Same thing this way. Yeah, okay. Yeah, should have went just a little bit further down apparently. All right, there we are. Okay. Close enough. All right, so what we're going to do now is split that difference on either side. Does that make sense? And then that is where that will go, right? Does that make sense? I don't know if you can see that, but this is the edge, that is the edge. We're going to split that. This is going to go right up the middle. And then what we'll do is we'll make that distance from that line over the same. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so this is where we get to bust out Mr. Measurement Tool. And it should end up being a nice round number. Well, it looks like it would have been a nice, beautiful 1/2 inch. So we're going to just split the difference either way. It's off by like a 32nd or something like that, or 64th or whatever. But we're going to just go on either side of the line. We're going to split it, and we're going to go right there. So right there is where the mounting hole is going to go. And it almost looks like I got it right on the money for that other one. So I'm not even going to bother putting a second line. I already know that we're going to just end up going like, I was close. It wasn't quite right, but right there. Yeah, right there. Incidentally, that's going to land in line with that. What do you know? It's almost like they kind of know what you're supposed to be trying to do with these things. I don't know. Maybe we just got lucky. I don't know. Now it should land on this one here, and it, lo and behold, it is the exact same size. So sorry, I'm going to put my head in the way here. So we're going to put one right there. And again, I'm not even going to bother measuring out the remainder of it because we know that it's going to land like right there. All right, so that is the mounting holes for the turret strips, if that's what you want to call them, these guys. So this will have a hole there, and this will line up right there on that hole. And the other one will go, we'll cut that guy out, we'll drill that one out, and then it'll go underneath like that with a standoff. Okay, and then the same thing for this one here. We'll put it right there, and it will just, you gotta imagine, this is gonna be, so that goes like that on the bottom, and we'll have to use whatever size standoff. Where do I have the standoffs? Will allow me to get over the top of these things. It's looking like it's going to have to be a 1/2 inch at the very least. I believe this is my 1/2 inch. Yeah, this is a 1/2 inch. So let's just double check and see if 1/2 inch won't quite do it, to be honest. Let's just see how bad off we're going to be. Nope. So we will have to go with 3/4 inch on that one. Which is a little bit of a bummer, because I was hoping to not go 3/4 inch. They don't make an in-between size, unfortunately. 1/2 inch, yeah, like 3/8 is the smaller one. I don't think they make an intermediate size, you know what I mean? I'll double check, but it's not the end of the world at the moment, so this one may not go over the top of it, but we know that we can get over the top either way. If I have to go with 3/4, so be it. We'll figure the rest out. We're gonna figure this out. Okay, those are all deburred. Those look pretty damn straight. Looks like this one might have walked a little bit on me. Maybe not, I don't know. It's so close I'd have to bust out the measurement tool to know. Let's get the other holes in. So punch. I'm just gonna, I'm going for it. There's no other way around it, so. Ooh, wait a minute. I do want to double check one thing though. So this guy is gonna go here. Like that. For shizzle my nizzle. Yes. Then this guy is gonna go here like that. Yes. That is a whole lot of hell yes. And then we did span the thing here, so yes. Okay, cool. Confident again. All right. Punch. Punch. Center. Center. Ow. That kind of hurts the ears a little bit. And we're going to go to this one right here. And we're going to go to... yeah, see, I'm pretty sure it's that inner one there. But I better be sure. And the answer is yes, it's that center one there. So we're going for this guy. Cut once, measure, or cut 3 times, measure once, or whatever the hell it is. We want this guy. Where's the V1 tube socket hole? Right there. I do need to drill that hole yet still. We haven't worked our way over there yet, but that is where V1 is. I'm telling you, you guys are going to be super duper impressed about this layout once you actually kind of get to see it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Tried to undo itself. Somehow, some way. Okay. Okay, dokie. So yeah, we still got one more hole on the top here that we got to do a couple holes for, but we're, golly, an 1/8 inch, yes, 1/8 inch. Okay. And why is this thing? I'm disappointed in these bits. You can't really tell, but these Ryobi bits that I got that had the quick things on them, they are kind of piles of shit. A couple of them have not been very well centered, if you will. All right, there's that. Now this. Inside. Oh no! I'm just teasing. It's fine. Okay, so this other side over here, the input side, this one here. Oh, you can't see it because... Hold on, sorry, hold on. Let's make this go away. Okay. Hey, what do you know? There it is. That hole right there. That's why you probably couldn't see it. So that one there, this guy is going to go in technically this orientation. No, sorry. This orientation right here. Because I'm going to come out to the edge, right? So the heaters are going to come into here, back up, or back out, up, and then down this line right here, all the way out to the edge, over along the side of the chassis there, and then boop, in there. Make sense? So this guy is going to go right here. So a couple more holes to drill top side here, and then we're kind of more or less done. We got the main board to do yet still. And if I can not see the hole, what good does it do me? So there's that one. I put the mark, but I didn't make it big enough to actually see it. There. Now I can actually see it. Okay. Oh, goody, 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 goody. Are you my... No, you are. Whoo-wee. All right, let's see here. Damn. What the 1/8 inch? 1/8 inch. That's 7/64. Are you my 1/8 inch? You are. God darn it. All right, 1/8 inch. Yeah. Do 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 do. So, aside from watching me, what else do you guys got going on this week? And I don't know if you're from the Cali area or those states that are affected by the time change, but being up until freaking 2, 3 in the morning last night was probably not a good idea for me. Because on Sunday morning, which is to say, not tonight. Is it tonight? It is tonight. So on Saturday, today's Saturday. What am I trying to kid? Is it Sunday morning? So on Monday morning it goes back, or is it tonight it jumps back? I think it's tonight it jumps back. Or jumps forward, excuse me. So I lose an hour of sleep either tonight or tomorrow. One of the two, I don't know. But I'm losing some sleep this week. And last night I definitely lost some sleep. So, okay. So I got to make kind of a bold jump here and just assume that these holes are going to be correct. Everything I've done so far is saying yes, because the way it was supposed to land is correct in that regard. So what I'm going to do is, never mind me for a second, I'm going to look over here and just verify some work before I, find out that I need to move this over like 1 or something like that. But I'm almost 99.9% positive that this is correct. So based on my thing, I need that on hole, what would be 1, 2, 3. 3 and 3. 3, 3. Okay, so I'm working my way. So just to give you an idea of what's going on, so people don't think I'm looking at this thing upside down and backwards. As Riley has mentioned, if you're looking at the mirror image of things, can happen. So when I do the layout, and I guess it would just be helpful to show you. Hold on, let me make that happen right meow. Click. All right, so here's the layout, right? So you can kind of see how things have changed. It's a little bit tighter than what you see. It worked out in my favor, however. Excuse me. Now, the reason it worked out in my favor is that... let me get my cursor over here. So see this guy right here? This guy ended up going further this direction. And it made it so that this guy here would have landed like literally right over the top of that there. Not a big deal. All I'm going to do is take these 3 resistors here, or well, 2 resistors and this capacitor, and I'm just going to move them further down this chain. So this whole string will just land on this chain right here. No big deal. There's nothing else that needs to go there. So instead of the feedback coming from here, it's going to end up coming in over here. That I'm not exactly excited about, but it is what it is. Now, I still need the hole right here. So this guy, that's the number 10 spot. That's the one that lines up directly with the thing for these tubes, right? So this one here, that hole that's right there, and on this side over here, right? Does that make sense? So these still lined up the same. It's just these guys here were a little further out than what I had them on here. I don't know how I messed that part up, but I did. Again, not the end of the world. So what really kind of is helpful is that everything lands in the same spot, except for that this guy here is, I think, a little bit wider or something like that. It literally worked out so that this, no, these were in the same spot, but it was further over a little bit. And this ended up almost literally straight in, same as this one, straight in. So instead of curving over a little bit, they're literally gonna go straight over. But as you've seen, this board is like pretty much hanging out over the top of this thing. So if you can imagine, there's literally going to be a wire that goes from here, like straight down. I can almost literally come off the bottom of the turret and just shoot right into the freaking thing. Like it's almost ridiculous in that regard. And then of course the edge of this board here hangs just over the front edge here. So you can see it's pretty tight in there in that regard. So I got lucky. Like there's not going to be a lot of length of wire in this amp, which may or may not make it easier for me to do or deal with, but whatever. What I am going to do, I'll let you look at that a little bit more while I deburr these last couple holes. You little bastard. Whatever. All right, so... there's that, and then we got just this last hole here to do. Might have already, no, I didn't do that one yet. It's just such a clean cut. Shut up. All right. So where I was getting at is that this hole here and that thing there are the ones that are down here. I'm gonna put this thing in the right orientation. And that would be here. Yes, 1, 2, 3. And then this one would be closer to the top. Yes, closer to the top. And further to the bottom. All right. Does that make sense? So if this is the front, right? This is the front of the chassis here. When we're looking at it from the top, this hole here will be the one that is closer to us on this back side. And then this one here would be the one that's further away from us on the bottom side. So to give you that, so this is how we're looking at it. This is the front of the amp here. So this is that number 3 hole here. And that one makes it easy because it's just straight across, right? And then this is that one that was towards the front and in whatever number of holes it was. And then that was the one that was from the bottom up. So this thing is going to go right here like so. And if this works out correctly, what will end up happening is when this thing goes down right there, and it looks like this is going to be the story, you can see here that this turret lines up with this row. So all these rows are going to end up in line with each other, right? So we're going to add a turret to the front side here, and then we're going to cut that turret out. So we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is the 10th hole right there. That's the one we're going to get rid of. So if we go back to this one here, we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10th hole. That's the one that we're cutting out, right? Does that make sense? But when we go back to here, you'll kind of see how it actually really helped us out. So keep in mind, 8 and 9, right? 8 and 9 are the coupling caps that go to the power tubes, right? And then those jump over to here to jump into this guy. So let's look how this worked out kind of in my favor. So, all right, we're coming in. This is number 10. So this is 8 and 9 right there. 11 and 12 are literally right in line, right? This is 11, that's 12. They're right in line with that tube socket. Same thing over here. They're directly in line, even though there's, you get what I mean? Like everything kind of worked out. Bindi, thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. I'm hoping that you are having a beautiful and wonderful day, because it is actually a wonderful day. So far, everything is going my way. It's working out quite well. So I am going to go ahead and get brave. I'm going to center punch those holes, and we're going to drill them out. Yay. So I'm going to just try to hit right in the middle of them. I think I got it. Now these ones are somewhat non-incidental because we can drill them a little bit larger to give us some windage, if you will. But I think I hit everyone in the middle, so that's good. Now let's get our little mini bit. There we are. And I need to go get a drink here in a minute. I'm breaking my rule of not having a drink of my choice in front of me. All right. Damn it, knock it off. Eighth inch. That's 7/64, so that is not eighth inch. This is eighth inch. All right. Okay, last one, and this is the one that sizes it down, or up, I should say. And let's just do it. Okay, let's see here. I cannot wait till the day that I can hire somebody to punch all this stuff out for me without me having to do this crap in real time. Yes, sir. So we got, now that you're done a high watt style layout, do you think you'll ever go back to normal Fender style again? Time will tell. I know that Andy really loves the high watts. I don't see there's any reason why it won't sound good. Now, what I can say is that I'm not necessarily a fan of running, you know, these kind of parts over the top of this stuff like that. Does it work? Sure, it works just fine. There's nothing wrong with it. In this case, it does work in terms of saving space in that regard. Like, it's clean, right? It's a nice clean layout. You can kind of see just based on the other, you know, this over here. Let's just make it viewable, right? Pretty clean layout. Like, and of course, everything, as we've already learned, is going to be much, much closer than this. I just didn't know exactly where everything was going to sit. So, in the grand scheme of things, this is kind of the way I would lay this out anyway, with the exception of down here. So normally I would just put another board over here or extend this board out. Where we ran into problems with trying to do it the way I normally would on this one was just how many tubes I had in here and the real estate that the power transformer took up. Like, this power transformer is just absolutely ginormous. It takes up like two-thirds of the whole amp is just eaten up. Not two-thirds, excuse me. Two-thirds of that whole side, 1/3 of the whole amp is eaten up just by the transformer. To give you an idea, like that, right, is 1/3 of the whole amp is just transformer. And then this guy here eats up another 1/4 of it, right? So I'm not left with a whole hell of a lot of real estate. So it just kind of worked out that I needed to make the best of what I had. So it being what it is, would I do this layout again or every time? Probably not every time, but I know that I have a friend that has been bugging the ever-living crap out of me about moving the preamp tubes towards the front of the amp. And I was kicking around moving these up to here and then getting this guy kind of back a little bit in the between. But the downside to doing that is now you've got all your controls along the front of the amp, and then you've got to run HT and all that other fun stuff onto this board. That part I don't really like. Like I said in other videos and all the time, is I like keeping HT on its side of the board and the negative or ground paths on its side of the board. So I have two sides of the boards, and that's the way I try to treat it, is one side is hot, one side is cold. Nothing that is hot is supposed to breach the other side of the board, if at all possible. So that's, it works for me, but that doesn't always bode very well for doing this style of amp. So a long way of answering your question is, I am agnostic to it. How's that? I don't have a preference to either one at this point. So we are at a point now, I am confident that we can take the tape off. The only thing I haven't done yet is drill these holes there. So let's go ahead and get those done real quick. Those are the holes for the capacitors on the side. Those big blue cans right there. So I am going to go ahead and do that real quick. And I'm going to do it off the edge of the desk like this. So bear with me here. Those didn't line up very well, but now what I'm going to do a little bit different, and that I don't tend to do, mainly because I don't always have to, is I am going to use countersunk screws for these, which is going to make my life hell, I think. I'll explain more here in just a second. So I am not going to size these up to full size. I'm going to stop at Probably should stop right there, but I need to go up at least one more size. I think 7/64 is where I'm going to go to. Let me explain why here in a second, but let me get this holes drilled real quick, and we'll talk about that. Ooh, almost got me. I'm kidding. So when you countersink these holes, right, this material is only 2 mil thick. Golly. So by the time you get it countersunk, you end up making the hole size larger, right? Because you got this taper that goes in. So by the time it actually punches through and gets the wedge out to get it to the size where the head of the bolt actually fits in there, it makes the hole larger. So you got to go smaller in size than the actual size of the screw that you're using. So that way it meets the size by the time it's swedged out, or words, you know what I mean. But I got to find them first. I have them in a box somewhere here. Those aren't the ones I want to use. I may need to order those, to be honest. I have some, but I think it might be a little on the large size. When I say that with a melancholy kind of tonality, because I've got a bunch of these things. Obviously, it's not going to be that, you know what I mean? But where the hell did I put those little freaking turds? Oh, I think I know which one it is. Sorry. I've got a bunch of parts scattered all over the place. I had it out here earlier. So these are a little long. This is a 632. Are you the size that I want? The length? These are probably the length that I want. So I like using hex bits if I can get away with it, right? So when I say hex bits, I mean like that, right? Allen heads. So this is So this is probably the size I want to use. But as you can see, that head there is about the thickness of the material. So I gotta try to get this in there. This is what I think I'm gonna use. I think this is the size I'll need. So if not, then we'll have to go to this size here. Now, in theory, what I should probably do is go to like an 632. Yep. What I should probably just do is go to like an M4. No, that's too big still. M3. An M3 is a much smaller head, but I don't like using metric. I like sticking to, one, what do you want to call it? I can't think of the term off the top of my head. Imperial, or what I can't, metric or whatever. One or the other, not both, if I can help it. I think that's what this is. It Imperial? I can't freaking remember. I got too many other damn things to remember in my life. It's not metric. I know that. So the hope is that this will be deep enough that by the time it gets flush with the edge of the chassis, I know you can't see me, I'm sorry, cut off right here, but I'll have just enough beef, yada, yada, yada. 2928, no. These are M18, if I'm not mistaken. Or 18, whatever the 18S, whatever the stainless steel 18S is. I like using stainless parts. So that is a me thing. Nobody else should ever use stainless parts, though, because that is a me thing. I kid. I'm kidding. I tease. So I think I'm going to go ahead and give this a shot. This is going to be a little bit brave on my part, because I know that this thing doesn't produce the same angle. Oh, the dangle, if I'm not mistaken. It's close, but it's not quite. But we're going to give it a shot with this guy. And ooh. And it's still too small, so that's good. So, still, ooh, see, it's just starting to poke through now. And all I've done was use this guy to do that. All right. And I might still need to go a little bit wider yet still, but there we are. We're kind of countersunk a little bit there, but I still don't think this thing's going to be wide enough. Ooh, it might just be. But it's just starting to be able to thread into the hole there, whereas before it certainly was not going to fit at all. But I think I'm going to go with the next size up and get it just a little bit bigger. Oh, that was it. See, I love that. Now I can tell it's pretty much within the width that it needs to be. Ooh, it's still a little shallow. Okay. Keep it on, keep it on. It'll fit eventually. Another one that would work would probably be this guy. I know it'll produce a better finish than those other ones. Let's give this one a shot. Ooh, kind of like that. All right. I'm being brave. I don't know that this is what I should be doing right now, but whatever. Okay. So it is actually threading into the hole now. So you can see what I mean by you don't want to go full size yet, because you could end up with where it just wallows around in there all willy-nilly like. So I am going to go to 1/8 of an inch. Let's see if that will do it for me. It pretty much was 1/8 of an inch at that point. But see, 1/8 of an inch, and it goes into a hole that it shouldn't be fitting into. But I still need to go just a little bit further. Dang it. Still just need to go a little bit further. This is what I'm saying. There's like this part that's gonna just beat me up. Because now that hole's definitely bigger. But the screw is also pretty much flush. This is a pain in the ass. I hate doing this. There it is. All right. There it is. Now it's flush. And on the inside, I am just starting to see shaft. So I probably will be okay. I learned my lesson. So what I'm getting at here is that in times past, I've countersunk this, but I've went with the hole that this thing fits in with, right? So you drill it to a 632 size, and then you countersink it. Well, by the time you countersink it, it's made the hole in the bottom bigger, and this thing just sits in there and floats around like a hot dog in a hallway. And then it sits deep enough that the shank there will actually protrude past the thickness of the material, and then you go and you put a screw, or not a screw, your part in, and then you can't thread the lock nut all the way down. I like using lock nuts, so that's a me thing, whatever. But in either case, I'm just pitching my bitch. So I'm gonna get the rest of these done real quick. I hope I'm gonna get these done real quick anyway. Bear with me. Yeah, there we go. You're welcome. You're welcome. Excuse me, that was rude. My apologies. That's why Netchie doesn't like me. Because I'm a crass, misogynistic dickhead. Right? Is that's my story. I don't know. I'm just a dude. I'm just a dude. Alright. Let's see here. Ooh. I think that's flush enough. I'm going to go just a little bit deeper. I like it to actually be flush if I can get it there. That's what, that's a me thing. I think the battery on that thing is starting to give up the ghost already. There we are. Yes. Yes. And that one's just inside the freaking thing. Darn it. All right. Dos y más y todo. Line up. Alrighty. And it's not there yet, but we're going to go ahead and do this so we know this works. That one was already there. Alright. There's 6 of you actually watching me drill freaking holes. You guys are freaking nuts. Probably more nuts than I am. You're a minute late. Uh-oh. Alright, let's see here. Are we there yet? I want to be there. Ooh, I don't know that I like that. Wasn't there something in my way? It might have been. Dirty! Sorry, dropped things. That one needs a little bit more. Later, my man. Thank you for stopping in. Most appreciated. Have a wonderful afternoon. I will see you again soon. Alright, let's see what we got here. I think for now that's going to be good enough. It's not quite... Maybe it is. I don't know. It's good enough, though. Now I need to deburr the inside here with my special tool. And we need our little reacher. And we're going to use our little baby one. Isn't this cool? Just boop, and then you just get this thing lined up down in there, and then just, I mean the whole damn larger, dang it. That's what I was talking about, dang it. Just makes it larger, I don't like it. But you have to do this, otherwise you end up with a burr. Anyway. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. It's gonna be okay. I promise it's gonna be okay. I don't like that, though. Get out of my hole. There it is. Alright. Whatever. It's going to be flush enough. And you're never going to see it because they're going to be permanently installed, of course. Now, I dropped a screw down here earlier. Where'd you go? Thank you. Okay. I think we are now at a point. The only thing that's going to kind of burn my biscuits a little bit. The front is done, right? We already peeled off the plastic for the front. This side, we still have one more device we got to put in there. I'm not really worried about it at the moment. We can put it in whenever we need to put it in. So we can, in theory, peel the plastic off the side here. I think we have everything we need on the top. Now, there are a couple holes left that we need to put in for like grounding and stuff like that. So I don't have a spot yet that is for the... for like the center taps and like all the different grounding points. There's going to be a grounding point up here. Those are kind of non-incidental. They can go wherever they need to go. So I'm not going to really bother with them at the moment. I'm going to go ahead and peel all this plastic off. And then what we're going to do is at least mount this guy here. And we'll get the, some of this stuff installed as well. So let's go ahead and clean up a little bit. And we'll start getting to the point where we can actually install things. we're moving along. It's not hyper paced today. What are we at? What, 3 hours? I mean, 3 hours to have a chassis drilled out. As I mentioned, once we kind of get the ball rolling with this project, it'll go pretty quick, realistically. We're 3 hours in and we pretty much have the chassis done, right? Had I planned ahead a little bit more, I would have had the PEM, the power entry module, and we would have been able to drill that in, put that in place, etc., etc. These do not go in there. Come on, thank you. And then, where did I put that little turd? I know that I have it out here somewhere. Where the hell did I put that damn thing? I forgot where I sat it down at. Hate it when I do that. There it is. So we're moving along. We're making pretty good progress. For the electronicals and getting all that stuff done, that goes relatively quick as well. How quick? Well, I mean, if I were to continue to do this all day, I could probably get the turret board smashed out. I probably will go ahead and smash out the turret board with you guys today. So we can get the turret boards mounted, right? And we'll of course, we'll have all this stuff mounted as well. We're going to be here for another couple hours at least. So we're 3 hours into this, so 5 hours to pretty much have a chassis that is, what's the word I'm searching for? Populated. So we're not doing too bad. And, whatever. I'm kind of just slowing down a little bit to take a little breather and help, get cleaned up a little bit. But if you need to go, I don't blame you. You dirty little... Probably need to slow down a little bit more is what I need to do. What do I want to do? I want that to go there. Thank you. And then I want this one to go in its baggie, which is over here. I don't want to get pricked again by the damn little staple that they put in there. That wasn't comfortable. Nobody makes me bleed my own blood. Except for a staple. Alright, we may not need this little board anymore. Another thing we will need to do is clean up our mess a little bit. Like I said, I'm not going to bust out the vacuum cleaner, but we will at least start getting things cleaned up and tidied up a little bit. Let's see here. I also need to go inside and get another drink. I'm breaking my rules at the moment. I don't have my drink of choice in front of me, ready to consume. We're not going to do the alcohol today. Believe it or not, I'm not a freaking... I'm not that crazy of an alcoholic. I only drink on days that end in Y. Just so you know. Just so you know. I only drink on days that end in Y. And I know a lot of people say, well, that's every day. Well, that's true. But I only drink on days that end in Y. All right. Let me get this guy here. Yeah, we got the wife's hair. She's trying to play. I married a redhead. Imagine that. Do I seem like the guy that has the temperament for a redhead? I must be. All right, let's see here. Let's get this guy kind of lined back up. So I'll tidy it up there. We're probably still not going to be able to put the power transformer in today. Two reasons for that. It's not just that I still need to put paint and whatnot on the thing. I'm still waiting for the paint to dry. I still need to paint the bottom. But it's also very, very heavy. So I want to wait until pretty much the last minute to put that thing in. Like when I absolutely have to have it, then we'll put it in. Because it is heavy and it is going to cause problems. And let me do something here to help make this a little more interactive for you guys. My apologies. There we go. So now you can kind of see what I'm up to down here. I don't want you guys to be alone. So what, how many of there? There's 6 of you actually sticking around. All right. I'm actually quite surprised. Quite surprised. There's more people than I thought were going to hang out with me today for this length of period of time. I'm in debates on whether or not I should break this up a little bit more and do like a second video. You know, we're 3 hours into this, like maybe stop here and then do like a part 3.2 or something like that. But I kind of feel like you need to suffer with me. This is a giveaway amp after all. So if you actually want to know how your amp was built, this is the place to do it. And if you want to see how it was built and all the trouble I went through, this is the only way to do it. Oh my gosh. All right. So Brian ordered some more parts for me. Or not parts, but tools, I should say. I don't know what he was thinking. He got a wild hair up his butt. He decided that I needed to have a capacitor tester. So he said it will be here on Sunday. Brian is like that. He will, hey, you need this. By the way, it's on its way. I was like, oh my gosh. Always good to have friends like that. But he needs to knock it off. I'm trying not to work as much. I'm trying to work less. He keeps buying me tools to make me work more. All right. Actually, no, he's trying to get me tools to help me work more efficiently is what it really comes down to. But in any case, I'm not bitching. I'm not moaning. I'm happy. Okay. More or less, we're not going to use this for the time being, so I'm going to put that there. All right, what do you guys call it? The glory hole? No, the hole puncher 50. Courtney Love. Ah, exactly. Has he opened the delivery he had yet? Is that who's that? Who dat? Excuse me while I go inside and get a proper drink. I'm gonna leave the mic on so you might hear me. I don't know, but I'm gonna cruise to the back of the house and get my soda pop. This is time for Dr. Pepper. I've got You've got mail. Guess what, everybody? I've got mail. Ugh, it's freaking hot as balls up in this turd right now. We got toys. Let's see here. What did we get? What did we get? So these should be crimpers for flag style. Ooh, yeah. Let me tell you what. I have been on a tool purchasing thing lately because, as many of you know, like, having the right tool is key. Like, having a good, nice tool is key. Now, I don't get the most expensive tools, but I do like these HKS devices here. Let's get this thing out of here. You don't need to see that anymore. Down cam, out. All right, so I have been getting like that. I've got that version and I've got this version. These ones are better, which is weird because they look almost identical. But these ones are a little bit different and they work a little bit better. I don't know why. But as you can see, I got just about every crimper style that there is now. Oh, I love new stuff. I love new stuff. I'm all about freaking toys. Come on, now what the hell is this? Yes, so these are the flag style. So because it's such a tight fit in this thing, I'm gonna have to use right angle crimps. So that is the reason I bought this guy, that guy. So my hope is that, oh man, I managed to grab 2 rubber dungers. All right, so this is the flag style thing here. So the wire comes, I got the 3/16 inch one, right? So these are smaller. So I apologize, you're gonna be a bitch and a half to show you, but right. So the wire comes in like that and it goes in at a 90-degree angle. This tool did not say if it was specifically for 3/16 or not, and I can tell that this one is actually meant for the 1/8 inch, or the 1/4 inch, excuse me. So this is not going to be fun for me to utilize. I'm going to have to play God with it. I think more or less what you'd have to do is, I don't know if you can even see what I'm trying to do here, but the way that those jaws kind of come down, instead of moving it up here, you got to just move it down there. And I think it will work that way. Oh, that's kind of cool. It will self-align. But the problem is I got to get down in the blue one. So that's going to make it even more fun. But it looks like it'll do what it's supposed to do for me. Yeah, that might work. Yeah, I think that's going to work. All right, anyway. We'll play around with that. If these don't work, I'm going to have to do some more soul searching and seeing if I can find one of these that's meant for a 3/16. They're actually meant to have the plastic things on them, like the rubber thing or whatnot. I got the ones that have the clear rubber thing on them. Because as you can imagine, if it had the clear plastic stuff on it, it would be like, well, it would be in there and it would, fuck you, get in there. You know what I mean? It would fit the entire width because it would be a 1/4 inch instead of 3/16. Whatever. We're going to make it work one way or another. Hell or high water. I got these. I also ordered some more 3/16 inch of the flat style. Now what I have a tough time finding these in the non-jacketed or the non-sleeved ones, so that blue sleeve. So what I do is I heat these things up and then I pull that sleeve off and then I put heat shrink. There it is. So more toys, more tools. I love tools. Tools are great. Yeah, you can't really see, but you can kind of see. I even have the vessels. I went big and spent some money on some vessels. Let me tell you, nice screwdrivers, and they're not that expensive. These are the Japanese. If you don't know anything about the vessels and stuff like that, they're Japanese, but they're really nice. I like them. Good tools. Good tools to have. So let me put those away. I think these are all kind of tucked down in there. This guy here is an old Mic Tech kick drum mic that took a shit on me. It's a bummer too because it's actually in good shape. But I don't know what it was. The element itself is good. It's this that frickin' took a shit. So one of these days I'm going to redo this. And the way they designed it, it was a horrible, horrible experience to get this thing out. That's why I had to break it. But this is the part that failed. And that was the part that was keeping it in there. Bitch and a half. So the element itself is good. But yeah, I ended up buying another one. It's good enough to buy another one. But I need to get that out of that drawer because I need more space. So this is going to go somewhere else for now. Until I can... Well, I already have it replaced, so whatever. Let's decompress. Have a sip of my drink. So the part that's scaring me a little bit right now is that chatter that we had on the large octal socket. It did kind of press it up on the side, so it is proud on the side. So I got to figure out how to flatten that off without making it so it's visible. The only way we're going to be able to do that though is to peel off the the tape and the plastic. So we're going to start peeling that off. Meow. It's time to reveal how bad our... So there's no scratches there. That's good. There There's no scratches there. So there's a couple Mars here. Hopefully those don't end up being visible. We might be able to do something crafty, like if there's a if it makes sense to put like one of the grounding lugs, excuse me, that I was talking about. If it makes sense to put that there, maybe that's what we'll do. Okay. There it goes. So far, we're looking pretty dang good though. Quite happy, quite schmitten, as I say. Schmitten. 10 of you. Oh my gosh. Must be a new batch coming in. So for those of you who do not know what's going on, this is a giveaway amp. So I am building this amplifier that you see in front of you here. Well, you can't see it all, but you can see the chassis. I am building this to give it away. And if you have not seen the other parts of this series, please do go through the playlist to check them out, because you can actually see this thing getting built in its entirety, from design all the way to completion. And let me tell you, it is not as simple as it just seems. However, it is very, very doable, because if I can do it, anybody can freaking do it. So it's just, you just have to do it. That's the thing, right? It's just that leap of faith. Oh, you freaking little. Okay, there's that. There's that. I'm in debates on whether or not I want to peel all the tape off the back. I don't think it's going to matter, because the part that I need to put in right here is going to have its own holes anyway to center, get it all centered up. So I guess let's just go ahead and do this. We're going to peel the tape off. Come on, baby. There it is. Yeah, get over there. So we can always add tape later to get the remainder of the stuff kind of lined out. Of course, as you may know, we need to put an effects loop right there. So still a little bit of work to do in that regard, but get the hell off. And then there's some stuff left on the inside, of course, because there's always more tape left. All right, down you go. All right, so not teabag. This is the only one that's scaring me right here, because I can still see a little bit of the lip around it. Again, you're not really ever going to see that, because there is, what's the word I'm looking for? I want this, I think, because there is a tube that goes over the top of it, right? So it's not ideal what I'm doing right now, but I can feel that the lip is starting to go away. So that's the thing I want. And you can barely see it inside. The inside, not going to be as much of a problem. It's just the top. But it's just... whatever. I think we're going to have to live with that. Okay, let's go ahead and let's see here. Let's just peel away some of the plastic around this. See how bad this is going to be. Yeah, it's not that bad. It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Again, we kind of got lucked out. So for those of you who missed it, when I was drilling this particular hole here, we had some chatter, and you can kind of just see what that looks like there. Maybe you can kind of see how it made the hole look a little wallowed, which is very unfortunate. But once the tube goes over the top of it, you won't see that, but you may. I don't know how big those things are. No, you'll see it, but whatever. That's what I get. Now, ultimately, I'd love to get the punches, but the punches are another problem in and of themselves. So try to do what you can, right? So in this case here, all I can do is really try to just make it as minimal or minimized as I can. So it makes it look like it's supposed to be that way. And it's just never going to be. It's never going to be quite right. That's a bummer. Kind of disappointed in that, but luckily it's kind of a spot you won't really notice it. I don't think. Maybe you will. I don't know. I see it for sure, so that's what bothers me. But that's what you get. It's a little bit of a learning curve on that. Little bit of a learning curve on that. All right, let's see if we can get away with this maybe. Shut up. Yeah, it's cleaner where I can get it to lip over the edge, but so what it is that it smashed it out, so there's like a ridge around the hole, and that's what I'm trying to minimize. So, carefully. But I don't want to go too crazy, because then we're just going to make the hole bigger and bigger and bigger. And then we got a different type of problem. And right now, it looks like we're going to be okay still in that regard, but hell yeah. That was a good one. That was a DP burp right there. That's why you drink Dr. Pepper. All right, so let's see how bad this is going to look. Yeah. It's not super pretty, but I've seen worse, I suppose. It's just that lip right there. I know I can get the lip to go away. I knew I was in trouble as soon as that thing popped through, and it's like, oh boy. And well, that's as good, I think, as we're going to get it, to be honest. TBH. Be gentle. This is my first time. It is. Well, my first time with that particular tool, anyway. You know, it can't always be perfect. Just can't be. I guess if it were, well, I don't know. But I aim for perfection. That's the ultimate goal, of course, but let's see how this one came out. This one came out fine. See, if the other one came out this good, I'd have been freaking jumping for joy right now. But yeah. Yeah. Murphy is a batch. Murphy's like, I got something for you, bro. Hold on. Watch this. Alright. There's that. So for you guys that are guitar players, these are great tools for what we're doing right there, which is clearing away, you know, the sides of shit that we don't want. So I'm just using this to clear the spots where all the hardware is going to go. Silly kids. I got some kids on the block screaming away. One of the kids across the street is autistic, and I didn't learn that until a little bit later. But sometimes he screams bloody freaking murder, and you're just like, what the hell are those parents doing to their kid? And you're like getting ready to walk over there, and then you talk to the other neighbor, and like, is those kids okay over there? And they're like, oh yeah, they're just autistic, or well, one of them is anyway. And I'm like, oh okay, makes sense now. But I can tell you this. Now I'm gonna catch some flack for this. I know I will, but that's okay. I'm almost positive that kid is working them. Working his parents. I can almost guarantee it. Because as long as he's getting what he's wanting, he seems to be pretty happy. Pretty schmitten, if you will. The second he's not getting what he wants, oh boy. Oh boy. All hell is going to break loose and nobody is going to be happy. So I know he's at least he's at least working them at least to some degree. Now I know he's probably got some other things going on, but I'm just saying, I'm not saying, I'm just saying. I am not that evil of a person, though. I do not carry that kind of judgment. I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure he'd be working them. Anyway, I find it kind of funny myself, to be honest. All right, so I got some more work to do on this one here. I did not do a good job deburring that particular one. All right, yeah, bueno, maybe. Alrighty, get out of there. Okay, so we got that. We got a lot of these freaking holes that we've got to peel this stuff away from. So this is not the exciting portion of the film. I'm telling you now, this is the part freaking sucks like hell, because we got to clean it a little bit. We got to make sure that whatever work that we did isn't freaking gonna cause any problems there. Oh my. Oh me, oh my, oh. Yeah, see, this one's a little rough around the edges here. I don't like it. Come on, peel back, would you please? Thank you. So this one's got like a little bit of a lip on it. That's better. Let's see if I can get this thing here. Thank you guys for hanging out with me, by the way. I appreciate that. I know that this is not exciting. Maybe for some of you builders it is, but for the passerbys, the guys are like, what the hell is this guy doing? This is what we do. Amp builders at the boutique level anyway. I'm not the greatest amp builder on the planet, but I try to be. That's all I can say is I try. Can't not say I didn't. But I'm still working out some of the little bugs on like how to make some of this stuff just be easier easier is the term I'm going to try to use. Funner is another one, because this needs to be fun. Ultimately, this should be fun and not stressful. For me, it's semi-stressful because I don't like making mistakes like that, which you can't really see all that much on camera there, but it's just not pretty. I don't know, it doesn't look that bad, and it won't look that bad once it's together, but to me, it's just like, oh man, like it's not perfect. So that bothers me. It bothers me. One day, I'll have a guy that can make my things for me, and I won't have to do this shit anymore. Like peeling all these stupid freaking little things away. This is like the painful part of this the whole build process is like this stupid little crap like this. Is it not, Vessel and some of you others in here, Riley and whatnot? Andy, I think he's probably doing his own live right now, but this is the part of the build that freaking sucks. I'm at the bed. Oh, hell yeah. I got somebody suffering with me. So I try to keep as much covered as I can. And the reason I try to keep as much covered as I can is because I want to keep it as pretty as I can for as long as I can. Because at some point, we have no choice but to peel all this plastic off. But if you peel it off too early, then you end up in trouble. Now, we are going to install the output transformer. So I'm going to go ahead and arc myself a freaking thing around that. I probably went a little wider than I needed to, but let's go like that. There. So what we will end up having to do is peeling all this away here. So you can see why having these used picks are great for that, because it just cuts it just enough that it can kind of more or less it'll cut right along that line there. Yep, see? Ha! And then we'll do the same. God, you mother... Yeah, I freaking slipped. That's what she said. Ha ha ha. Alright, so this is what she looks like underneath there. Now you kind of know why I like aluminum so much. It's just so pretty when it's unmarred. When it's unmarred, it looks so amazeballs. You just got to be careful not to mar it up too much. So you try not to touch it. If you look at it funny, you're in for trouble. But come on now. There we are. All right. I think we're going to be okay in that regard. Now what we're going to do is get back some of these things I put away. Let's go ahead and bring the whole lot of stuff over here out. All right, cling, cling, clam. Andy's hung over. Well, no, it was a long night, is what it was. So, I mean, he did do some stuff, I think. I think he drank and obviously hung out and whatnot. But him and I were on the freaking, on a live until like, oh gosh, I don't know, damn near 2:30 in the morning or something like that. So we were on there for quite some time. It was a long, long night. I don't want to use that one. I want to use a nice round one. Maybe I'm going to have to get down here, make sure it's in on the bottom. It is not. That's why it was giving me hell. Alrighty. There it is. Ta-da! Alright, so we got that in there now. That better not be a scratch. It is not. Okay. Got that. What else do we need to do? We got to get this side kind of done up. We got the front side. I think what I'll do with the front, I'm not as worried about the front, and I'll tell you why. So at the front, obviously we have a faceplate that goes on. So, I mean, keeping the front looking nice is kind of like non-incidental, if you will. But what I will do, since I do have to take things in and out a couple times before we are finished, or complete with that anyway, is I am going to, we're not going to put this on yet, so I'm going to leave this covered up at the moment. But what I will do is I will kind of cut around all this stuff so we can put the parts in, but I'm going to try to make it so that way it doesn't mar up any more than we need to. That's all I'm trying to say. Because we do have to take some of these parts in and out a couple of times, or at least a few of them anyway. So there we go. So little things like that. We'll just try to keep it as tidy as we can, at least. All right, come on now. Yay. I think I got it. Come on, come on. Oh, that Dr. Pepper's doing its thing. I can feel it. I can feel the love of the Dr. Pepper caressing my stomach and body as the warm, sugary, or cool, sugary sweetness of the Dr. Pepper does that thing that only Dr. Pepper can do. Should I not be sponsored by Dr. Pepper? Somebody sponsor me already. I am not the kind of guy that will reach out to these companies, because I don't know. I don't really look for handouts, so I don't really like care, if you will. But it sure would be nice if they would reach out, though. Just saying. All right. Somebody. It's not going to happen. I don't have enough viewers yet. I don't have enough watch hours, all that fun stuff. And I'm not good at looking at the camera here and saying, hi, everybody. Late night for sure. Yes, it was. It was. It was fun, though. It was great. We had a nice, just hanging out, more or less. I mean, it was nice to hang out. I like to chitty chat, so I don't mind. It was fun. Hopefully we can get a few of you guys. I know not all of you live in America, but I think most of you live in Canada. I don't know how the hell it is. Like, I have 3,000 something subscribers. I don't know. Right around 3,000, whatever. But it seems like all the people, the only ones that tune in are all of you from like out of the damn country. It's like, how is that possible? That out of all this entirety of the world, that the fans that I have, the ones that come and hang out with me doing this shit, are the ones that live in other countries. I don't know. I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. That is not a complaint. I'm just kind of befuddled, if you will, by that interesting factoid, if you will. You would think I would have more people in my time zone coming in and saying hi than others that are not. So for some of you, what is it, like 2, 3 in the morning? Riley, I know it's got to be late for you. All right, so let's see here. We still got to do the backside. How do I want to do the backside? I also got to do the... No, I don't have to really do that. Okay. I'm going to do the same thing, more or less. I'm just going to kind of go around them. Some of this stuff won't have to really come out all that often, or all that much. Come on, you pile. There it is. There it is. So we also don't want to go too tight. I mean, there's pretty much no point for me to have even bothered with this, because we're going to basically scratch the aluminum. That's going to have a piece of plastic that goes over it anyway. So I'm not even going to bother with it. I don't know why I did that, but whatever. So this is normally how I would do it though. So, okay. So way is it going to work? This guy here. I probably don't need to be putting this in right now, but we're going to do it just so we can see that everything fits. This is going to be like a kind of our dry fit, if you will. So that's all. But I mentioned earlier, I didn't really finish the thought, but I bought some like spanner style wrenches. They're like the flat, they're large, but they're flat. Where did I put them? Here. These style of things. So these are just like oversized things, but they're only like 3 mil thick, something like that, or 2 mil thick or something like that. So I'm kind of looking forward to using those. I'm hoping that those will be the tools that do the thing for me. That's the hope. We're going to find out though. And then I bought this guy here to hopefully use for this kind of stuff too. This is a little baby one, but it's got like the little bits because I like using the Allen head bits. So we're going to see if that does any good for me as well. I don't know yet. We're going to find out. There's a few things that are kind of up in the air as to whether or not it's going to help me or not help me. There's a couple of holes in here that I did not deburr yet because I missed it by either jumping too far ahead or. I'm sorry, I'm a little off shot here. But I'm pretty sure you've seen me deburr some stuff already. Don't think you care. All right, so time for another drink. Thank you, Riley. I appreciate that. You know, I had a little stint of extra subs come in for a minute. I'm going to be honest with you, when I do these giveaways and stuff like that, the last time I gained like nothing from it. Like the rate at which I was garnering subs was at a lower rate than I normally would have. I don't know what it is. I don't know if there's like, John was kind of talking about it in his show the other day about me explaining that you cannot give these things away. Like you cannot actually do a giveaway. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's not a lack of appreciation. I don't think it's just like it's like they don't take it seriously, or they think there's always going to be an ulterior motive to it. Right. That's the only thing I can think of, is that they think that there's something else to it than there is. And obviously, I mean, if you know me, I'm a pretty straight shooter. So, you know, if you don't know, you don't know. That's really all there is to it. But, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. You just cannot give these things away. And it seems like people kind of just don't care or don't take you seriously. That's for certain. So I don't know. I wish I had an answer. But yeah, no, my count has been par for the course, which is to say that, I don't know, it goes through like these little stints. Like, one day I'll get, 3 or 4 or 5. And then another day I'll get like none. Let's see what I've gotten in the last couple days here. We've climbed up like 3 or 4 subs in the last like day, something like that. I think I was at 383 yesterday. I'm up to 385 now. The other week I was at 370. I average about 10 a week or something like that, it seems. I'm not complaining. It's just, it is what it is. All right, we need to get some parts out. So let's create some space and start getting some parts. Try to remember what we need. So we've got those already. Excuse me, goodness. We got these guys already that we need. This is not the one that we'll need. We need more of those. And those are not in here. No, they are not. We got that. We are not going to use this. We will need that. We do need that. Sorry, I'm talking and kind of just talking. So we also need to figure out where we're going to put these guys. I did not drill these holes yet because I have no idea where the hell they're going to go quite yet. We'll get to that. It's not the end of the world. I also need to modify this, and we need to figure out where we're going to mount this, but I need the PEM module first. So there's a couple things that we're going to just sit on for the time being until we can solidify a couple bits of data. We need more data. All right, so this is not the box that I need. This is not the box I need. I don't think I need anything out of any of these boxes. Nope, I do not. Okay, let's see what we need out of this box. So out of this box here, we are going to be using a lot of, oh man, that's really bright, isn't it? We're going to be using a lot of 3/8 and a bit of 5/16. So the 5/16 I usually use for the words. For the standoffs, golly, that was hard to get out. So the standoffs, I will use the 3/8 or 5/16. Goodness. And the other ones, I'll take care of the other stuff with. Now, I will need this box. This box has all the fun stuff. All right, let's see here. Let's see if that thing's even going to stay open. So, what else do we need? We got both of those. So for the pots, I need to open up a thing here so I can see what values I think we're going to go with. I'm pretty certain, well, one of them's already on the fence anyway. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a linear 100K. Pretty sure that's what it's going to be. We're going to need a linear 1 meg or audio taper 1 meg. So there's an audio taper 1 meg. We are going to need a dual 250 audio taper A250. So we'll need that guy. We're probably going to need a 250K for the, there's a linear 250. So A is audio taper, B is linear taper, just as an FYI. So there's a B, B stands for linear. That's all you need to know. I do not know yet what we're going to go with. I'm pretty sure it's a 100K that we'll need. So we're going to go with a linear 100. That'll be for the mid contour. Master volume I know is a 250. So that one we need an A250. There's an A5. A250. And for the, whatchamacallit, we need 100K. And I'm pretty sure it's a linear 100. Hold on, let me find out for sure. It is a 100K. That's the presence. Okay. We also need another 2 of those. So we need input, speaker. And I don't think that, yeah, that's all we need for that. We need booty rings. So I use these I call them booty rings, beauty rings for the power switch. So this will go on the power switch like so. All right, booty. What else? I already got the beauty rings for these put on. So these are not, so when you buy these guys here, this is another problem with these guys here. These things here do not come with the things for them. So I bought some beauty ring style ones. I'm probably going to need to get a washer underneath there too to get the thickness that I need. Because I want to try to land these nearly flush with the face of the, flush with the face of the, this, whatever, you get what I mean. Let's see here. So we got that. We're not using a standby. I think that pretty much takes care of everything that we need in here. We'll deal with the knobs in a little bit. Is there anything else that I will need? I got those on there. Yep. Yeah. Okay. So let's get these things kind of in the right order here. Oh, this one we can put away. So we're going to have, there's our presence, there's our master volume, this is our intermediate gain stage, this is our first gain stage, 250, that's going to be our, whatchamacallit, so that's going to be our mid contour, our high cut. B100K is what I think is going to be used for our bass control. I mentioned, if you were watching the other video, that we are going to do something a little bit different than what I showed in the schematic for the bass control. So that is what we got there. So let's go ahead and start putting these in. Start from the one end all the way, go over. Yeah, that's going to be okay. We're going to be all right. So this will go here. What do we got? Speaking with this guy, he said he'll sub. Only one other guy on YouTube has done a vid with. Oh, okay, yeah. I've gotten some interesting subs lately. Rift Amplifiers has subscribed to me. The London. Oh gosh, what is his name? No, is it? There's another British repair guy, really awesome player. I can't remember his name. And I can't remember his channel, but it's like Not Forgotten Gear Restorations, but he might be subscribed. I think he's just subscribed to my other channel, interestingly enough. But in either case, I've gotten some people that are up there kind of subscribed to my channel, which is kind of cool. When you can collect other builders' interest, you either... I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Stuart, yes, Stuart, that is the gentleman. I like him. He's such a cool cat. Really nice guy. And then the other gentleman, too, there's another British guy that, really, really nice guy. He doesn't put out as much content as Stuart does, though. I like his green guitar, too. So, more or less what we're doing right now, and again, I'm not really talking to... Riley and like Vessel and some of the other guys that actually build amps. I'm talking more to those that are just tuning in, or those who are in the competition that might be watching this and are kind of curious as to what the hell we're doing right now. We're putting all these parts in. More than likely, they're going to have to come back out, but we are just more or less putting them in to kind of test fit everything. So some of these parts will be coming back out. Now, there are some that we will not ever take back out again, i.e. the like the tube sockets and the transformers. Once those go in, they stay in. That's the objective behind those, is that they never come back out ever, objectively speaking anyway. So 250, so this is gonna be our, I think I got those backwards, but whatever. No, this is right. Yeah, it's a mid contour. This is going to be our high cut. It seems to be fitting quite well so far. Like, everything's going to be nice and tight and close. If you wouldn't mind threading on to your motherfucking thing. No. Thank you. I still need to design the face plates. We still need to come up with a name for the amp. I'm really not stuck on High Roller right now. Rifty's last vid. Oh, nice. I have not seen his last video. I don't know why his thing hasn't been popping up on my feed as much lately. I don't know if it's just because I've ventured off in a different direction with my stuff. I don't usually click the bell for notifications, but when I do, I like to know when somebody's doing something. But generally, he almost always comes across my thing in one way or another, but I didn't see his. So I'll definitely go searching for it now. But hell yeah, you got a shout out. He posted one of my comments once, which is kind of unique. Damn it. Is that thing? Yeah, no, we're going to be all right. Okay. So a lot of those going in there, right? Yeah, it's cool, looking good. I like it. It's looking good to me. All right, so because I use this guy on the front, what I tend to do is use this guy as a spacer. Because what I also try to do is make it so it just sticks out far enough, but that means I need a gap. But they put the freaking one thing down there all the freaking way. Darn it. They're going to make me work now. There it is. All right. Erg. Come on, baby. So what I will do is I will swap these around. So I'll put this one on the bottom, the round, like thumb knurl one. I'll put it at the bottom. And then I'll put this one on, because that's the one I end up needing to tighten anyway. And then I put the lock ring in place. So that's the lock ring there. And then this goes on the front. And then what I can do when the time comes is I can adjust the throat, I guess, if you will, the distance that will hang out. And then I try to set it up so that this is as close to the edge of the thing, like that's sticking out a little bit too far right now. But then I also try to set it up so that that would be, damn it, if you'd focus, that would either be parallel this way or perpendicular that way, whatever it might be. So that's what I try to do. Just so you know, when I wire mine so it's down and out, up and in. All right, so power off, power on. This guy here, as you can see, we have in place. So we're gonna go ahead and do that with these guys. Now these ones will stick in a different direction than the other one that you saw there. So these ones point up. And what's nice, and the reason I like this particular, if you wouldn't mind, you SOB, clack, is fitment wise. So I use the Cliff Jacks, and I know you can't see it because I've got my fat head in the way, but I like using the Cliff Jacks. All right. But the Cliff Jacks, in conjunction with this style of impedance selector, almost align like perfectly, so that the top of this can get into the tip of the, you know, speaker jack, and it just looks good. So objectively, I'm always trying to make shit look good. All right, it's got to look good. Sounding good and being good are two different things, but it's got to look good. I know I can make it sound good, but nobody wants to play it if it looks like doo-doo. So I'm probably putting a little too much care into how these things are placed at the moment, because obviously those are coming back out again anyway. But I tried to buy a tool for that, and I don't know where I put it. But so I bought one of these guys. If you don't have one of these, try to find one and let me know where you find them, because this was a bitch to find. And this one's made out of aluminum, and it's piled dooku. You don't really care for it. But I got this guy, which is actually for a bike. It's a bike tool. I don't know that it will work. I don't think it does. Not that end anyway. But I'm going to see if I can modify it. Yeah, it's still not big enough. I'm going to try to modify it. You can't even see what I'm doing. So I'm going to try to modify it so I can get that to work. But more or less, I need another castle nut style tool to make it so I can get in there and do that. But when the time comes, whence the time comes. Is that what it is? Is it whence or when? You tell me. I do not know. Those are a little bit closer than I thought they'd be, but that's not a bad thing. So those are my bias pots right there, and I will wire this up. So in this space right here, and you can see it lines almost literally with the tube right there. So we'll put this guy here. Now this guy, as you can see, has a barrel or a banana plug on it, and I will provide with you, or to the winner, I should say, I will provide, I don't have one sitting out immediately, but the connection that is required for that. This is red for a reason. It is HT that is going to be on here. So what we're going to do is place that there, and it will plug in to the HT. And there's two things you can do with it. When the amp is off, you can measure the resistance of the power transformer or the output transformer. It won't give you both sides. It'll only give you the one, but it's just enough to give you a range of where you need to be. So you can measure the primary resistance of your output transformer, which will help you greatly in factoring exactly where your bias point needs to be. And then when the amp is on, you can measure the voltage at the plate. Being able to measure the voltage at the plate while the amp is running, while you adjust these things, is super duper helpful. Why is that? Because when you crank down the bias, the HT voltage goes up. So you would think, oh, I cooled the bias off, so I'm got to be cooler, right? My bias ought to be great. Well, the problem is as you cool the bias down, the HT voltage goes up. And as the voltage goes up, that might mean that you still haven't changed as much as you thought you did in terms of milliamperes draw. So even though you're measuring 38 milliamps across these guys, so that's where this will come into play, is you can use these guys to actually measure across the 1 ohm resistor, which I will put in this amp as well. You'll measure across this, you'll measure your whatever in milliamps. It'll be volts, but it'll be milliamps that you're actually converting it to. Well, it still might not be at 60%. It just appears that way because you've measured off at, you know, XYZ. But then you can go back and check the HT voltage and figure out exactly where 60% is at. It's just more accurate. That's all. But I want to try to make this so you never have to take the amp out of the cabinet unless it's broken, which it never should break. So taking the amp out is kind of a pain in the butt, realistically speaking. Especially if it's just to bias it because you change the tubes. In this case here, even if you change the tubes, you can get to them from the front of the amp and you don't have to take the amp out of the cabinet in order to do so. That's the plan, Stan. All right, I hope that makes sense. I have not decided exactly yet where I'm going to put this guy. In theory, it should go here, right? Apparently, I didn't go to 1/2 inch, did I? No, I did. I just need to do some tighten up on it. Let's see, that one. Yeah, we just need to open those up a little bit. They're just a little undersized for 1/2 inch. Let's see here. I will open it up a little bit. This is just, it will go in, but I don't want to force it. So I'm not going to force it. This one here I already put in, so I know that this one's will fit. I'm in debates. There's a couple different ways I can do this. So this is the Schurter, which this is Schurter. That's the brand. O'Reilly, you're becoming a celebrity amp builder. Hell yeah, he is. You know he is. It's freaking Riley. So this one fits really nicely right there. And I kind of think this is where I'm going to want to put that one. It's just, that's all the HT stuff right there. That's the mean stuff. So it's not HT. I shouldn't say that. It's actually the primaries to the power tubes, but you get what I mean. So that'll go there. And I need to open that hole up a little bit so that this will fit cleanly, and it should go in this spot right here anyway. So that's where that's going to go. And then the power receptacle will come in, so whatever. Let's get these guys in real quick. Oh, those are going to suck. I hate doing those. Those aren't what I'm going to be using for that. I'm going to be using these. I only grabbed, I know that there's another one here somewhere. Oh boy, I probably knocked it off a freaking thing, or I only grabbed 3. No, there is 4, never mind. Let's see here. All right, let's grab these and these. Boop. We'll need some of these. I go through a lot of nuts and washers, gall darn it. So these are 5/16. They are 632. So just saying, that's all. Nothing special or spectacular or different about them or anything. Are you flush or are you just in? It's pretty damn flush. I'm going to leave that one. That one's cool. That one's cool. And I wanted these to go like that, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I want it to be like that. It gives me half a chance at getting to the... Damn it. It's still going to be tight either way, isn't it? There's no getting around it. That's going to be freaking tight. This is not the fun part. Just saying, this is not going to be freaking fun. Then I go and do something stupid like that. I wonder, I do. That'll help. You can't see what I'm doing, but I'm just trying to make my life easier by... Ooh, you know what I could do that might help me? And it won't hurt me either. I'm going to do something. It's going to burn up an extra set of washers, which is kind of a downer. But there's that. Now I'm going to put this other one in. Oh, you would, you little fuck. The washer popped out. There we go. Now we got to get this thing on. Damn, this is going to be the fun part. So stainless steel, unfortunately, is not magnetic. Which makes it kind of a brat and a half. It's the 1/2 inch. It's not the one I want. There you are. Are you the 5/6? No, you're 3/8. Okay, so somewhere out there, I have a 5/16. There's that one. That ain't it. Oh, boo. Somewhere. I have it. There it is. I knew it was in here. All right, so let's see if I can pull this off here. I don't think I'll be able to. It pops right the fuck out. This is gonna suck. I'm already gonna be frustrated, and we haven't even done anything yet. Dang it. You can't see what I'm doing, but I'm over here just having a tough time. I'm like, literally, like, what the hell? Okay. Hold on. I need to get to a spot here where I can get my finger on it. There it is, sort of. My stomach's like, fuck you, dude. Are you on? No? No? Yes? No? I think I got it. I got it! Ha ha ha! We got it to bite. Alright. There's one. We only got so many more. The big question on everyone's lips is, how do you pronounce Luke's surname? By his surname, you mean my last name? If that is what you were asking, my last name is Geis. Luke Geis. And I think I heard you say it before, and you got it correct. So yes, Luke Geis. And if you're asking, isn't that German? The answer would be, yes, it is, in fact. Am I German? I am not. But that is more or less the story. Oh man, come on now, you little shit. Get on there. Come on. There it is. Come on now. Oh no. Oh no. Did I get it? I got it. You don't understand. That's a pain in the ass, everybody. All right, so let's bust out my new special tool and see if it's going to do what I wanted it to do for me. I need... What size is it? Can't remember what size it is. It's not that one. I'm going to try my new tool. I'm going to try my new tool. My tool is so cool. It's too cool for school. All right. Sorry, that was rude. Welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. Come one, come all. And let's see here. Oh, other way. Come on. Well, I can't say that it's bad. What sucks is that ain't gonna work. I need... Oh, hold on. Sorry. My freaking screen turned off. It's been idle for too long. Hopefully that's not incidental. Uh-oh. Hold on. There we are. We're all good. Everybody, we're okay. We're okay. Everybody, we're still here. Celtic Gaelic pronunciation for Geis here, which is a warlock spell. Well, depending on who you talk to, I could be the devil. That is kind of cool. I did not know that. I do not really know that much of the history, to be honest, about like that. So good to know that I could possibly be a warlock. Now, I did that, and I don't know that it's really what I wanted to do, but I did it. And I think, you know what I noticed? It's not the end of the world, but they did not give me the screws for that. It's not the end of the world, but I'm just now realizing, I guess you could say. And I already know that this is not going to work down there. I'm going to give it a shot with this guy, but I don't think that's going to work either. No, of course not. Why the frick would it? Whatever. Whatever. Come on, you little fuck. And if you wouldn't mind, there it is. Now it's starting to bite. I'm going to push this off the edge. I apologize, everybody. I know you can't really see what the hell it is I'm fighting with here, but just know I am fighting, and I am fighting with you, for you. I'm not going to lie, I kind of like this little tool. It's doing pretty good for me so far. It has a nice affirmative feel to it. There it is. That's tight. Tight like a tiger. And then this one here will tighten up like a tiger. Yeah. All right. So, get this thing out of here. I was hoping this would go a little bit quicker. We're at 4.5 hours. Okay. So that is in there. So this guy will kind of go... I don't know how I wanted to do these ones. There's 2 different directions I could go with it, but more or less... Oh, you dirty mother... It's going to make it, like, tight and scratch up my freaking thing. We'll have to come back to that. But that's where those are going to go for now. Let's get this other one in there. And get this fight over with, because it's going to make me freaking work. And yes, that is very flush. I love it. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay. Oh, you dirty. All right, hold on. Hold on. Now I need a washer to go on. Dang, the washer went on. Ah! Yes, this is not fun. I don't have small enough fingers to really pull this off. So we're going to just... Oh. Survey says I got it in the hole. Was that entertaining enough for you? Probably not. Whatever. Nobody cares. Nobody loves me. I don't even love me. And I screwed that. I threaded that in too far, so I gotta unthread it anyway. It's kind of unfortunate, but whatever. Let's see here. This one. On, please. There we go. There it is. Oh boy. This is like painful. I'm not gonna lie, this is not exactly easy to do. This is not easy to do. That is not the right size either. Let me get a different one. I don't like that one. Alright, so... God frickin' damn it. It's like evil. It's not fair! This is so painful to watch. I know it is. I should have done the bottom one first is what it really kind of comes down to. But let's see if that's going to stay there. And what I'm going to try to do is this. So I'm going to put this on here like that. I'm going to push this in here like that. And we're going to try to make the powers of the world unite. Oh, you dirty mother. Nope, it didn't make it. All right, I think too much. We're going to have to undo some of the work that we did here. Golly, this is painful. Let's just do this. Let's see if I can do it like this. I know that I have some tools that will fit. Let's see if this one will do the job. Oh, you monkey. Got it. Here's one. All right, one more thing to get on there. And then we might be able to get somewhere with this thing here. Oh boy. Okay, so I got that. Okay, let me give it a funny. I gotta give it the stank face to make sure it's gonna get in the thing there. I got it. I got it. I freaking got it. It's in the hole. We did it. This is brutal. Oh my gosh. All right. Let's see here. No, you tighten. You go tight, like a tiger. Oh boy, come on now. And ta-da, there's that one tight enough. Maybe this one will go better that way. All right, so those are on there. They need to get loosened up in order to make these things. Sorry, I didn't mean to rub the mic there. These are kind of in place for the time being, but these things won't fit. This one will fit, it looks like, but we're gonna work that out. We still got to get the electronic thing in there. Let's even see if that's still gonna fit. I may need to get tricky and use a different device, but I'm pretty certain. It fucking fits. Only just, like literally just. Holy hell. All right, well, so here's what I'm looking at down there. See that? So that's where this is going to end up going. It's going to be very, very tight though. It's possible that I'll end up putting it over here, to be honest. It's obviously not going to fit that way, but I got just as much space over here. But interestingly enough, this thing is going to connect to that in one way or another anyway. So we'll work out some of those details later. Obviously, these things may have to come back out again anyway. So if that is too problematica, then we're just going to have to tack this guy in there anyway. And I might, like I said, it's probably just going to end up kind of like over in here, because this is where it needs to go. Oh, that fits really nice right there. So like that, that would be freaking amazeballs. Like it literally fits. This is where about it needs to go, to be honest. So we'll see. I might just end up sticking this in there. We'll see. Yikes. Interestingly enough, I don't know if you remember me talking about it yesterday. This guy is actually quieter than that other one that we were talking about. That other one's rated for more current than I'm actually pulling. You got to keep in mind, I'm only literally powering two 2-inch strips of LEDs. So I don't really need a lot of LED driver, but it's hard to find like really small ones that are quiet. Those little dinky ones that are piles of doo-doo in the grand scheme of things actually work really well. So whatever. Okay, let's get some, ooh, this thing's starting to get some weight to it now. I like it. Let's get some of these guys installed, huh? What do you say? What do you say? Let's get some jacks installed. So this one here is going to go like this. Oh, that fits so good. So that one's going to go right there like so. So we need to get these ones. So let's get a bunch of these out. So that's another thing I did in the past several weeks is order a bunch more of these like little things. I mean, I had enough to do this particular thing, but it's just best if we, you know, have them all and en masse. So I ordered a butt ton, so we have a plenty. And then we're gonna take this. I like using washers on everything, and I like using lock nuts. So everything is stainless steel and lock nuts. Okay, so all my fittings, I use these Allen heads, you know, the button heads. Fucking focus, you back. So I use these Allen button head fasteners. Oh my god, that came out so good. Oh my goodness. You guys don't understand. It's so nice to be able to get these things to line up like exactly. it's so nice. I like it. I like it a lot. And then yeah, I use 632 for these. It's just a good size. It works pretty well, but realistically, M3 I think is the size that you're supposed to use for most of these electronic component like things. I could be wrong. I don't know, but you can see there that thing is going to go right there, right in that freaking hole. So beautimous. I'm going to use this, and I think this will work. No, it won't work. Forgot. Jumping the gun. The reason I'm jumping the gun is because that particular thing there doesn't fit. So you got to do something like this anyway. Da-da-da-da-da. So before we go too tight, just want to make sure that we get this thing lined up. It's a little off, which is weird. So that one side is shallow, and I don't know if it's the fitment of the thing or what. So it's not as nice of a fit as I'd hoped. That's one of the downsides to going with the bottom mount stuff, is it's really hard to hide any of the flaws that you may have, you know, flawed. So I don't know if you can see, but it's just slightly off center there. It's not bad, like you won't notice once the tube is in there, but it is a little bit off. And the way to fix that is actually kind of simple. And we are going to fix that because this will not fly. And dang it, I gotta undo that. Come here. And if you wouldn't mind, thank you. Shh. All right. So the way to fix that is pull both of these things out, of course, but so that one particular hole ended up being a little bit too close. Somehow or another, that hole moved on us when we were drilling it, even though it doesn't look like it did. So what we do is we just go to the next size up. Or what am I going to do? Where am I looking for? I'm looking for drill bits. Yeah, we're still making noise. Okay, good. This sucks. This sucks. This is not the ideal way to do what we're about to do, but it is a way to deal with the problems that we're about to deal with. So you just there. So now that hole is a little bit bigger. A little bit. It only needs to be a little bit because you're looking just for enough to get the thing to push over, and I think that was what we needed. All right, so let's go. Boop. Knock it the fuck off. Get in your freaking thing there. Okay. Sorry. Gotta get the plastic out from underneath the thing. That's part of what my problem was. Okay. Now, Go back the other direction. I know you can't see what I'm doing here, but what I can tell you is that I am just tightening it up a little bit here. If I can get the freaking thing on there. Alright, there we go. Went tight. I think this fitting is a little messed up too. It will center, but it's almost like it's just a bad fitting. And when I say fitting, I'm talking about the whatchamacallit itself. The whatchamacallit. And is that the right direction? That is the right direction. I say fitting and I mean turret or socket. Frickin' socket! That's what I mean. Alright. Okay. It's kind of a bummer. Like this tool, as nice as it is, there it goes. I think that will work. That will have to do. That will have to do. I kind of feel like I'm gonna like using my T-handle better. It just seems to make my life a little bit easier. I don't know why, I don't know how, but whatever. So we're gonna go with the T-handle for now. Okay, there's that. No, that's just how it's fitting in there. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I've centered up pretty good. Okay. Hello. You can't even see what I'm doing, I'm sorry. Come on, baby. Oh my gosh. I am desperately looking for a thin wall, like a thin wall socket to get into these spots. They're just so freaking tight. So this one, like, you can barely get in there, so you have to come in over the top. But it's just a pain in the butt. Alright, it's just a pain in the motherfucking butt. And it's starting to annoy me a little bit. And why won't you freaking fit over the top of that thing? There it is. There it is. Alright, and then one more. This is brutally painful. I apologize, everybody. It just is what it is. This is how we do the things that we do. Alright. That was not very pleasant. It is still not even centered right, to be honest. It's just not going to be my day for that kind of stuff, is it? So this is why everybody goes with the top mount stuff. I'm just telling you why they cheat that way. So if you go with the top mount stuff, obviously you don't see the hole and how it fits in there. But to me, I don't like the top mount because then that means the only way to get this thing out is to undo all the connections from the back, right? If you need to replace it or do whatever, right? So doing it this way means that you're allowed to then drop everything out, at least with all the stuff still connected to it. Not that you'll be able to drop it out anyway because of where it'll be, but little things like that is just, I don't know, to me it looks better as a top mount, even though it is very much a pain in the butt to do the install initially. It is initially a pain in the butt to do this install because getting everything centered and all that stuff and looking good is kind of a pain in the butt. And I am not happy with this fitting, so I think what I'm going to do just quit curring at it and replace it with a different one, because this thing is just, it's the holes, you can see that the holes have the spacing they need. So the holes aren't the problem. It's the device itself. So I'm going to replace it with a different one. That's how much I care. I've already done the hole. But now I'm going to get the device. Sorry, this is painful. I apologize. But there's 5 of you sticking out with me. Yay. Golly. Come on, baby. There we go. So something about the way that this thing was folded up, I think, is what's the problem. Like, it's not centered very well or something. I'm going to try a different one. We'll put that one aside. We'll see how this goes. We're doing all right. 0% dropped frames at the moment. Like, that looks so good right there. Totally the device. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to enlarge in both holes. Because it's just... Alright. I just don't want to fight with it, you know what I mean? So it's just easier to get it centered when the holes are large enough to make it so you can center it. And it's such a small amount. Like, honest to God, it's so little. The amount bigger that the hole is, so you'll never even know. So, just so you know, for the winner of this thing, yes, it's been enlarged to make it so it's centerable, but it is not going to affect anything because you'll never see it. So there. But it will look centered when I am done. It'll be even better if I put it in the right damn direction. Oh, darn it. Oh my. Oh my. What a pain in the ass. I have, so these ones in the center will be a little bit easier, except for how tight it is in the middle there. That's going to be less than fun, but whatever. We'll manage that when we get there. We want these things to be nice and straight and right. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing here, but we're doing it, okay? We're doing it. That's all that matters, is we're doing it. Yeah, see how that centers up there a little bit better than it did before? That's what we're looking for, okay? That is what we are looking for. Okay, that is going the right down direction. And I'm going to do this again. I'm a little off shot here, but... Okay, that is just getting tight. I want to make sure this is centered now. So it did not center up quite the way I wanted, so we got to loosen it just a skosh. Just a skirsh. Now we can move that. Okay, cool. So much work to do. Oh my God. Okay, what do we got here? Not ready yet. Really? For fuck's sakes. Sorry. It's just like, it's just trying to fight. Angle, oh, the dangle, all that is just trying to fight. There it is. All right, so if I don't move it, it will be fine. But you know, that's not going to be the freaking case. There it is. All right. Did I get it right, or did I freaking let it move again? No, it still moved, but whatever. God damn, there's freaking scratches. This is just not my day. Sorry. You're watching me suffer. I am getting frustrated. But it's got to be freaking right, right? That is the plan, Stan, is to get it right. And that's the hard part. It's getting it right. Oh my God, this is freaking ridiculous. Why can't they just make a freaking, whatchamacallit, a freaking socket that will fit in that space? Like, that is the only thing left for me right now, is finding a freaking socket that will fit in the freaking space. But no. Instead, they make these freaking things, and it won't center because it keeps moving. Every time I do it, it freaking moves every freaking time. I just want, so here's what I'm talking about. So down the side of the thing there, you can see I freaking marred it up a little bit, but down the side of that there is not enough room to get a socket. Like, this will not fit in that space there. And I've looked at getting in the crow's feet, but even those ones are a pain in the butt. So the only way to get this thing is to do that. And for some reason, this is a 5/16. That's the size it's supposed to be. Why is that one not? I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, that's the size it's supposed to be. But it's not fitting quite right. I don't know. Maybe they lied to me about that one. I don't know. All I know is it's pissing me the hell off. Because I just want that thing to be centered. And I know it can be centered. We've already worked that out. But gall darn it. See, right there. It's freaking centered right there. If it would just stay right freaking there. Did that do it? It isn't going to do it. It doesn't want to. Every time you freaking touch it, it just freaking moves a little bit. I don't know. Whatever. All right, it's going to have to go right there. This is ridiculous. So, yeah, plates of an amp builder. Stupid shit like that just pisses you off because of some sort of like spacing issue or some tool that doesn't freaking exist that would make your life so much freaking easier. Anyway. There it is. All right, that's nice and tight. You'll never see it. I'll show you what I mean, but you'll never see it. It's stupid. It really is stupid. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, they go with freaking top mounted stuff though. Or they put these oversized holes. Right? Do you notice anything? No? You know why you don't notice anything? Because you can't fucking see it. Anyway. So I really try hard to make things freaking as good as I possibly can. But it's things like that makes freaking I hope you understand. Go easy. Yeah, I'm going easy on her. Fuck, dude. Stupid little things like that drive me up the freaking wall. You know, there's like, I don't know, whatever. I'm just bitching because I can. All right, so these things got to go in a particular direction. Let me remind myself what direction that actually is. So I am going, if this is the input side, these are going like that. Yes, so it's going to go this way, come up, and then back in. Perfecto! All right. All right. Sorry, guys. That was so exciting. My God. And it's so scratched up right there. That really pisses me off. I mean, you're not really going to see it once all the wires and stuff go in there, but it's maddening. For me, that is maddening. Get in your fucking hole. And I know this is kind of off shot here. I apologize. The camera that has this shot isn't movable, and this is the largest area I can get with it. But so yeah, see, this one's centered up like amazeballs. Oh, if they could all do that, it would be freaking amazing. Now this one will be a little bit easier because I'll have the space I need on either side to get the tool. But we'll see if that holds true or not. We'll see. Oh my gosh, come on. Okay, so I got it just so it was snug, not so it was tight, just snug, because I want to get it so it's center. See, this one's even trying to move over. Okay, so that one actually went a little bit better. I'm going to loosen it up just a little bit more, though. I'm going to give it just a little unsnugging. Ooh, you hear how it, like, moved? So now, the hard part, I'm going to try to do this like this so you can actually see what the hell I'm going to do here. So I'm going to get that in there. Get on there. I think that's tight already is what it is. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. So we want that guy to land right there. And I'm seeing a problem here with this tool. All right. And it did it again. It freaking moved. Let's see if we can get it to push. It'll almost do it. I need some tool to make it like push over. So maybe what I'll do in the future sometime is I'll make like a little side with the quality of your work. Oh, yeah, right. No, that is not Luke quality right there. That is pissing me off. I know that this thing will center, so that's the part that's frustrating me the most, is knowing that it will center up, and it not centering up. So I am one of those, I will keep at it until I get what I want out of it, but obviously it comes at the cost of work. Everything comes at the cost of freaking work. So we're gonna get it. That's not the worry. It's just how much more work, right? That is a little bit better. Yeah, I like that. That will function for me. All right. Yeah, this freaking tool is a pile of shit. So that's the tool is slipping the gears or whatever the cogs that it has in it. It is a China piece of crap, but it's just touchy in that regard. All right. Anyway, My apologies. Let's use a different one. We'll use this tool instead and see if it does any better. This one's a pile of doo-doo. And where is it? I know one of these things allows you to put it in. I thought it was like screwed on or something. Come on, you pile. Or is it going from this? No, it can't go in from there. Son of a motherfucker. Thank you, Lord. All right. New tool. Learning it still. Holy Jeebus. All right. Go on out, everybody. We want to go that way with you. So this one's going to be a bitch to get in. Because look how tight those things are. Like you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. Whatever. I may not be able to use washers on these inner ones. Because what I'm seeing right now is that the washers don't even fit. But we'll check that out here in a minute. Alright, let's see here. How many hours are we in? Freaking 5 hours. I was hoping that this thing would be put together right now, but whatever. Whatever. So this one centers up pretty nice, see? That one centers up really nice. Oh, there's a little scratch on the top there. No, never mind. It's just a piece of plastico. Okay, we want to go that way. All right. Where art thou? Okay. And if you wouldn't mind. Okay, let's see how that centered up. That one's centered up quite nice, actually. Oh, those came out nice and straight, too. The holes came out great. I don't like that, though. That's going to be a batch and a half. I don't know if there's a way to work around that either, but let's get this tightened up and come back around on that one. Okay. Bloop. Bloop. All right. Toit like a tiger. Yeah, there's a little bit of overlap there. We might have to come back around on that one. We're going to see here how this follows through with the rest of these things. It shouldn't be a problem, but it might be. Get the fuck in there. Thank you. Yeah, now they just kind of overlap a little bit. So much fun we're having today, doing these things that I have to do today. Sorry. Anything to keep my mindset positive, as I've cussed and curred quite a bit today. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to go without washers on these particular ones. They do seem to overlap, even though there's no reason for them to. But they are centering quite nice, I'll give it that. Let's freaking do it. Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. I'll take it. I'll take it. Gimme. What's going on there? Sorry, this isn't very exciting right now. 7 of you though, I'll be damned. Yeah, it's not great, but it's working. I might have to forego putting those washers on. They're just a little on the fat side, which is unfortunate. I like using the washers, but because in theory you're supposed to use the washers. Technically, you're supposed to use the washers. I'm gonna see if this one will cooperate in this particular hole, but I'm already seeing a problem. It does not fit in the center. It is not the hole. It is that part. Yeah. Okay, let's get a different one of these. I have plenty of them. I just have to remember where I put it. There. That's where I put it. We'll use that on something else some other time. In a spot that doesn't matter, or one of my production amps, or one of my personal amps, I should say. Ah, see, that one fits much better already. All right. Anyway, although it is tight enough, these holes are just a wee bit off. So. Haha! All right. Tell me you don't go fit now, huh? That'll work. All right. Toy like a toiga. Damn it. All right, let me try this one without a washer. You don't, theoretically, you don't need the washer, but I think it looks more professional with it, to be honest. But it's proving to be an issue. I can't say that I've seen it on every other. I can't say that I've seen washers on all amps. Usually they just put the freaking little Keps nuts or whatever the hell they fucking are. So I'm going to try it with this one just to say that I did. Yeah, it'll be fine without it. But yeah, that centered up nice like. Okay. Get in your home right there. Thank you. Ooh, nice and tight. Good and tight. Yeah, so that's freaking gotta go. Right there, freaking don't move. Don't you freaking move. That was my Alright. I kind of like the way that fits without the washers. I think, sorry, I didn't mean to bump the mic there. As painful as this is going to be, we're going to remove these washers on this particular row of them. And yeah, fun stuff. It's got to be right. Okay, there's that. There's this. Click. All right. that fits a little bit nicer that way. It's not ideal, but it is better. Okay, let go. Give me my freaking tip back. Click. Okay, we're going the other way on this one. Now this one, I don't think I'm going to be able to get it out, the washer that is, because it's going to be under the other washer. But we're going to find out if that's going to come out or not. It might work. Oh, I'm shocked. It will allow it to come out. But if the washer was like literally like just an iota smaller, it would have been fine. If it wasn't for the fittings on these things being like they are, where they're just needlessly kind of tight against that wall there, where you need like an ultra thin wall or some, like, it's not even like a crow's foot would work. A crow's foot freaking wrench would be still too tight, if you will. Like, you need a crow's foot wrench that only goes around like 2/3 of the freaking thing. It's like, they don't make those, to the best of my knowledge, anyway. But give me my freaking tool back, please. No. Thank you. Golly. They fit good. That's nice. I like how tight that is. It's just sucky when you're trying to get your tool back out. Yeah, see, that one wasn't even really tight. And it was because the washer was keeping it from going all the way down. So we're absolving that problem right now. There's only a few more to go. Only. Now, I guess I could have been like an uber dick and made it so that the freaking there was one screw to hold both of them together. I could have gone that way. I didn't want to. That's not how Luke rolls. That would have been ungood, as far as I'm concerned. Although it would have killed a lot of birds with one stone. Probably should have put these in first before I put those pots in, to be honest. But whatever. We're here now. Dang it. So tell me, do you guys like watching a dude struggle? Or what? Like, does this make your day or what? Is this what you thought you were going to be doing today? Watching me go, fuck! Ah, why? I had other plans, let me tell you. I was hoping for much, much smoother, to be honest. Not that this didn't go, like, completely unsmooth. Most of the stuff's gone pretty smooth, to be honest, but some of it has been kind of uber frustrating, but whatever. I get to hang out with you guys. I'm cool, and I get to do something cool. I'm doing some cool stuff. I'm building an amp that I'm going to give away. And it's not like it's just any amp either. This thing is like one of one. There is no other amp out there like this. There may never be. I don't know. I might not like this amp that much and may not turn it into a production amp. We'll see. I do not know. But what I do know is that this is going to be a cool freaking amp. I'm positive of that. Uh-oh. What are you doing to me? Well, we're going to be using a new, whatchamacallit for sure, because that just stripped, I think. Yes, it did. Wow! This is freaking not my day. Yeah, it just stripped. So, this is why that's going to suck. At least it's tight, but I don't know that I'll be able to loosen this. See, that thing is just not the right freaking size. Yeah. See, it turned, but I don't know if it's actually like... Let's see if we got enough bite on it now that it's loosened up a little bit. We will need to replace that freaking whatchamacallit, but... Ooh. I got just enough bite left in it. You would think, based on how well this thing fits, that it wouldn't have that kind of a problem, but apparently that's not the case. So this one's dust. Trash. Let's try another one. See how that one moved on me? I don't like that. We might go back and fix that one, but let's get this one in first. It's kind of the last one for this row, more or less, and I only need to, I think, move that one at the moment. Fuck you, get on your goddamn thing and stay there. What is your deal? Thank you. Alright, there it is. Nice and tight. God damn, that thing gets in there, man. Okay. That one did pretty good. I mean, it's not horrible bad, but all the rest are pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, the freaking button heads are like dead nuts. It's just that one is a little off. This one right here, it's like down here. I need to get it up and like that way. So let's get that one kind of tightened back in there again. Proper like. You know how you done it, right? You've done it at least twice. Possibly 3 times. In my case, today, it's going to be at least a couple times, it seems. I don't usually have this amount of problems with these sockets, but today it's making me work. See, right there is exactly where I want it to stay. There we go. Yeah, that's where it's going to be. That's where it's going to go. Give me my freaking tool back, please. Thank you. Damn, it's like trippy. Gets tight, and it's like freaking tight. All right. All right. Yeah, it's gonna have to do. Again, once you put the tubes in there, you never see it. But I wish. I like things I'm very meticulous, and there's like little things here that are really bothering me. And they're bothering me because it's not right. And it's like either I fix them now, like right now, or live with it. I don't like living with it. And it's driving me up the wall. So part of me is like, fix it. The other part of me is like, you can't be really that, it's not really fixable, you know what I mean? So I'm hemming and hawing right now at myself. This one here I really kind of want to redo. Even though you can't tell that it's off. And it's really bothering me. And because all these no longer have a washer on them, I'm kind of debating whether or not I want to put a washer on that one. I don't know if that's part of the reason it's being stubborn for me, but you know, we've put as much effort into this as we have so far, and I want it to be right, so let's get it so it is right. So I'm going to do this again so it is right. Come on now, give it back. Thank you. That one went in there nice and tight like. Okay. Now, why will not you center up the way I want you to? It just doesn't want to play, does it? I think, here's what I'm going to do. I have an idea. God darn it. It's going to make me work. know that's the spot. That is the spot for sure. I has an idea, and I know it's going to work. You know how I know it's going to work? Because that is obviously freaking tight as all get-go. And one of my things went flying somewhere. Wow. Alright. So, what am I going to do? There it is. Right underneath my freaking foot. What is it I'm going to do? I'm going to do this. Toit. I guess I'm going to go this way. I feel like that's going to hurt me. When it bites, it's going to go like... Oh my god, you got to be kidding me right now. Where's a piece of wood? Freaking unbelievable. There it is. Holy Jesus. Who art in heaven, the God of all gods. Alright, there we go. Sorry. Another moment. We had a moment. The moment is done. It's fleeting. It's past. Alright. I gotta get this one that fell down here. Thank you. Alright. Golly, that looks disgusting. I am not going to use washers on this one because I didn't use washers on the other one. Just because. And no other reason other than that. Just consistency, right? Since I didn't do it on those ones, I won't do it on this one. That's all. That's the only reason. I will put washers on the larger one though. Just as a FYI. See, that is so much better if it will just stay right freaking there. Alright. Let's work this out. I work it out. Okay. Did that go where it was supposed to go? See, it wants to move it up. I don't know why that is, but it just keeps going in that direction. So, anyway, let's get this other one on there. Tightened up a little bit. And what do we got? That's very much centered now. A little bit better. So let's loosen that up just a skosh. Just a skirsh. And see if we can get this thing to center now. Alright, see? Freaking. See if maybe stuffing this thing in there will help. See, even that's too thick, right? Like, you can't even get the thickness of a thing in there, but that will hold it in place, I think, long enough for me to do the tighten up. Do the tighten up. Dun, 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 dun. 4 of you? Fuck. Boring. Super boring. I apologize, but this is what you get. This is what you get. I want to do it like this. There we go. All right. Mo better. Much better. All right. Now we're ready to get these big ones in. For fuck's sakes. All right. Now these ones, I want 2 and 7 at the top. There's 2 and 7, so these should go in like that if I do it correct like. So 632 is just like a little on the big side. It just fits. Just fits inside of the little holes. See, that fits really nice, and you can't really tell it's all that jackered up. Anyway, and you can see it's very well centered on there. So I mean, it's just, I did good work. I did good work. Just need to do better work. Better work. That's all. Gotta do better work. Okay, there's that one. Here's this one. Now this one, I believe, has enough space that you can use the socket head. Nah, I mean, so let me make sure I got that right. So I see a 1, and I see an 8. That's a 2, that's a 7. So this is kind of backwards to how most individuals end up going with them. And I say that only because, yes, that will work. Usually they'll put the pins either this direction or to the back. In this case, the pin's pointing to the front. So it's a little different in that regard, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't change anything. Functionally, it's same. Click. Give me my tool, please. Those things, man, they bite. Golly. All right. Click. Now, I'm going to warn you, for those of you, I mean, if you watch this far, I'll be shocked. I mean, it's 5 hours. It's kind of hard to do, but in either case, if you get to that point where you're putting these things in there like that, whatnot, and I wish we could have gone down a little bit. We could have gone down. I will loosen that up and move it down just a skosh. In either case, we'll get that centered up a little bit more. Let's get this other one in. But, what was I about to say? There was something I was going to say. It was going to be poignant. Oh, I was talking about how tight you can go. That's what it was. You don't have to freaking kill it. You know what I mean? Like, tight is tight, but you got to think about what the part is doing. Obviously, you want it to be snug, but it doesn't need to be torqued down tight enough to hold like a car's engine head on it. You know what I mean? You know, like 300 foot-pounds is not obviously going to work. It is literally just needs to be tight enough that obviously the part will not vibrate loose, but yet loose enough or not so tight that you risk, you know what I mean? Like snapping parts or never being able to get it off again, because that would be ungood. That one's centered up pretty dang good right there. I'll take that. But that's all I was going to say there. So just be mindful. You don't have to kill everything. It just needs to be tight. Tight like a tiger. There's that clear. Yeah, give me. I kind of just like these T-handle ones, to be honest. They just work. Is it ideal? Maybe not, but I don't know. It's just... Click. All right. Let's loosen up this side here. Loosen up my buttons. All right. Okay, is that loose enough to move it? Let's see. Oh yeah, see? That's so nice. Right there, right there. If it would stay right there, we'll be okay. That's all I want. That's all I want. Now that song's stuck in my head. Loosen up my buttons, baby. Da, da, da. Click. There it is. I think that was it. Let me double check. Hold on. Let me pull. Yes, I'm happy with that. I will accept those terms. Click. All right. Holy Jeebus. Well, for 4 of you that are sticking with me right now, maybe the 4 of you that are sticking with me right now, I thank you. I appreciate you. Okay. So, we've got all the main parts in. Let's get this freaking doohickey in, even though we don't technically need it installed. Oh, now it wants to fit. It's just going to be... Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Let's do this. I know that this has a 1/2 inch on it. So here's what I'm going to do. This is going to be kind of dangerous. Dangerous only in that it's kind of scary that we're doing it. That might have been enough. That might have been enough. Let's see here. Just wanted to open that hole up a little bit. Yes, there we go. All right, that's all that needed. Just a little touch up. Just a little touch up. These are going to end up coming back out anyway, so they're just there for looks and fitment. You know, make sure everything's going to fit type thing. Like so. This one, like so. Okay. Let's see here. Do I want to get this one done first? I mean, I technically, just for fitment, I should just do this. So let's just get that kind of prepared a little bit here. Oh, I dropped something. I heard it fall down. Okay, so with this one here, we have to pick what's going to be the bottom and the top, okay? So I want the pretty side facing down, so that's the side that you see when it's facing up at you. And it really doesn't matter because you're not going to see most of it anyway, but this to me looks like the pretty side. Sans a couple, no, that's pretty pretty. There's one little mark right there, but this side, like all the things are a little galled up, I guess you want to call it. So I'm going to say that this is our down facing side. So I'm going to go like that. Let's get some things here. I know that the size that we need is not this one. This is the one that's too big. That's the 5/32. We want the 9/64. And this is what will fit the 632. Now that will fit a bit on the tight side, but we'll cross that bridge. What the hell was that? Oh, something just popped out. It was a ferrule for a LED, a little mini LEDs. It has the little ferrules that the LED sticks into. That's what that was. Okay, so we already got the pilot holes kind of dealt with here. So on these guys here, we just want to make sure that we drill the right hole. So I know that it's hole number 1, 2, 3. 3 and 3. So we're going to do these ones on the far outside bit right there. So 1, 2, 3. That's this one. And this one. This stuff stinks too, by the way, when you go to drill it. give me a thumbs up if you've ever drilled this stuff before and been like, oh my God, what the hell is that? Because this stuff stinks. I don't know what the hell. It's G10 is, I think, the name of the material, which is basically like it's a non-conductive fiberglass and epoxy embedded material. G10, whatever it is. All right. So there's that, and we want this to go in there. Will it fit? It fits, so it fits. It's a little tight, but whatever. All right, so that's those two, and that is the direction it's going to go. Yes, this is the pretty side. Well, wait, I'm going to check here. No, this is the pretty side. It's going to go like this. So that's going to go just like that. Which means I need to drill that hole and that hole. And boy, oh boy, those better be correct. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. That is the fourth hole over. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And it needs to be 1, 2, 3 holes down, 1, 2, 3 holes down. So we did not fudge that up, so that's good. So let's go ahead and get this one back in there. But we need to drill that hole right here. Woo! All right, so we got that hole drilled. Now we need to get this other one, and since everything else has been so far so good, we know that it's going to be that hole right there. All right. And let's get those deburred. This stuff is also really hard on your tools. Just FYI, you will dull drill bits and other parts with that if you do that often. So it kind of sounds like I'm not going to have an option. And it's sucky because I have to get this thing over the top of this, and I don't think a 1/2 inch is going to do it. So let's get our 1/2 inch out and let's try it with that first. Pretty sure these are 1/2 inchers here. Let's get a few of these out and just see what we're going to get away with. Because I don't see it happening. Those are down a little ways, but let's see here. Oh my God. That is exactly like the height, but it's just below. It's going to be unfortunate. That's where that would actually go, but yeah, I don't know that that's going to work. Let's thread these things in. So that's what these 5/16 ones are for. So we're going to get these things prepped up next. So let's see here. I need this tool. I need this. And we're going to put that in right there. So we're going to go with a 1/2 inch. Oh, come on. Sorry. Okay. That's good enough. Let's see here. We want this guy next. Theory, these ones here. What I will end up doing on these ones in particular is going back later and putting in like a little bit of thread locker of some sort. And the thread locker is just to make sure that they will stay put. Now, if I'm not mistaken, because these things inset into the material, I think we're going to be clear now. Like, it's just going to set over the top. Oh, in fact, it's just going to set in between. Okay, we are okay. We are good. So we need to drill this one here out. Now, what I'm going to do, before I do, we're not going to use that drill. We're going to use the other size of drill, which I believe the one that exactly fits is 1/8 inch. Yeah, 1/8 inch fits exactly. So that's the size that those things are. But what we want to do is, so this one's going to stay how it is, and this one's going to get drilled out right there. So we'll come back to that here in a second. I do need to take a bathroom break here in a minute, but I'm sure you, the two of you that are currently in here, I'm sure will deal. I'm sure you will deal. All right, so let's make sure I got that right. And it's going to be this one. So we're going to unscrew that one. So what we're doing here is just drilling it out. I don't want to go crazy, but what it oftentimes helps to do is hold that with something like this, because it will try to spin on you. Once you break it, once you break through, it'll try to spin on you. So I'm going to do this. Okay, so that is through. I think, yeah, I think. And then what I'm going to do is just kind of tweak it on out of the hole. So we're just going to kind of break it on out of there. I believe that's the plan anyway. No, I need to go a little further apparently. Not quite ready to come out yet. Hold on just a second. You can see it's somewhat ready. Yeah, freaking turd, get up and out of there. So these factory ones are pressed in there pretty good, which is nice. It's a good thing. There, it freaking broke finally. There it is. Bloop, out it comes. So obviously this turret is no longer any good, so we'll throw that one away. But now, if I did this right, that's why you don't really want to go committing yourself too much, but there it is. So I've got a hole there and a hole there. Now these holes need to be enlarged in order to fit the 632. So that's where this guy is going to come in, which we're going to go like this. I'm going to do it from the bottom, okay? So, and then over here. All right. And then, of course, deburr. So, as you can see, it is pretty freaking tight right up against there. It doesn't look like I biffed it at all, so let's go ahead and get a couple of these. It is pretty tight. There's that one. Ooh-wee. Look at how close that is. It's like sitting right on top. Right? Pretty nice. Nothing's underneath. We'll have to bend that one. That's actually touching it, as is that one. And we got a little bit of work to do here. So what we can do to make it fit a little bit better is we loosen this one up. And then we can actually enlarge in these holes a little bit to give you some wiggle room, if you will. All right, so anyway, there's that one. And I went the wrong way with it. That one is supposed to go down. And the other one was supposed to go up. So the holes obviously are just ever so slightly off. I mean, we're talking just an RCH. It's not that big a deal. The only thing I don't like is how like this is hanging out here, but it's pretty dang well supported. Like you could pick up the amp right now with it. So whatever. Right now it's looking like 1/2 inch is going to do us quite well. So let's go ahead and get these other ones in real quick like. They used a different aluminum on these 1/2 inch ones here, and it's not as nice as the one I usually get. It feels weird going into this onto these stainless things. They usually fit quite nice, but for whatever reason today they are not as nice. You hear me bitching a lot. Like I say, I'm quite the perfectionist when it comes to most of this shit. So I'm very persnickety about little things like that. Ooh, yeah, that's gonna be toit. Toit like a toiga. Okay, so that one, we're gonna remove this particular one here, but we gotta switch out bits again. All right. Boop, boop, doop. So we're gonna remove that guy right here. So let's go ahead and get a thing on that. All right. Are we there yet? Survey says not quite, but it will come out. It is working its way out. All right, so we're just gonna wiggle this thing out of its little spot there. There it goes. So once you get the bottom, so the way they swedge these things out, and they swedge them pretty good. They got a nice machine that does that for them. But once you drill the bottom part off, you'll kind of feel it like snaps off. These things are made out of like brass anyway. So once you do that, you can just kind of snap it out and then pull it through. It's kind of easy, pretty basic. Makes sense anyway, right? Yes, there we go. All right, again, I'm gonna come from the back side into the bottom there. I gotta make sure I go the right one there. So, did I do the right one? Yeah, I did the right one. All right, so this one. And this one. I hate working with this G10 stuff. I can already feel the little freaking fiberglass shards in my fingers. It annoys me. It's devilish. But whatever. Okay. Alright, let's get this one put on now. A couple more of these guys. I might have already grabbed them out, but whatever. Where are we at? Looking good. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. We're getting there. We're making some progress here. Some of this stuff is kind of jumping ahead here. Like obviously, well, this portion that I'm working on currently might actually stay put because there's really not much of a need to take these out other than to put the freaking turret back in. I need to put a turret on the ass end there. But aside from that, these shouldn't ever have to come back out again. But for now, we're just going to double check all of our fitment. But I could have gotten these in a little bit tighter. So that's the interesting part, is the way that it fits around these things here. But it's not bad. I like it. Fits good. It's possible even that I can get away. I know I can get away with a 3/8 inch over here. I may even be able to get a 3/8 inch down here. And if I can, that's the way I want to go. I'm not against taking these things here and they're movable, right? So that you can fit a thing along the side of them. So it's quite likely what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to try it with a 3/8, okay? That's where I'm going with that. So let's just do it the easy way. I'm going to undo the bottom. Ultimately, that's the one that needs to come out anyway. Come the frick on. This aluminum that they used is different than it's usually. And it's bothering me, darn it. Oh my gosh, really? It's gonna make me work today. There it is. Okay. So that's 1/2 inch. If I can get away with 3/8, we're gonna try the 3/8. So let's get the smaller ones in the 3/8 inch. Ultimately, that's the 3/8. I think that's the one I want. I think that's the term I'm looking for. Yeah, pretty sure that's it. So those are the 1/2 inch. Those are the 3/8, right? Something like that. Anyway, let's see. Hopefully these 5/16 I have aren't too long. No, we're gonna be just dandy. I can already tell. We're gonna be just dandy. All right, so I got that. That one's still in there. Let's go ahead and do this. Okay. Oh, stop it. There it is. It's aligned. Now, why do I want to go with a smaller one if I can? Well, you're about to find out if this thing would frickin' finish tightening up. You mother of trucker. Okay, let's get this one to finish up too. There it is, good enough. All right, no, not even close. I think I might have bottomed out, is what it is. It probably bottomed out on the other screws. So I need to come up with shorter screws, or put a washer underneath, maybe. I don't know. We'll figure that out in a minute. So the reason I want to go lower is because when I put the effects loop in here, it's got to fit above that, or within this space here. So I want to get as much space as I can, because I already know that I'm not going to be able to put the effects loop on the same plane as this one here, right? So these are at, you know, an inch up from the bottom. I don't think that I'll be able to put them at an inch up from the bottom and still clear everything down there. So that's why I'm trying to go with those 3/8 inch ones if I can. But you can kind of see how that's going to lead into a problem later, because this one, if I can get it to be 3/8, well, that means this other side over here is going to be taller. Now, this side I'm not worried about. This side can be 3/4 inch all day. So let's try 3/8 in this spot now too, and see if anything improves for me in that regard, or if it's going to be okay still in that regard. I'm probably going to have to find shorter button heads, I'm thinking, because it's looking like these ones are bottoming out on each other. Even though it'll be close, but it shouldn't be that close. At least I don't think so. But anyway, so darn it, that one's actually nice and tight. I want to try to get these ones as close to being the same as I can. So let me get more 3/8 inch out. There's one. There's dose. All right, there we go. And let's replace this one. So this other side here is going to be 3/4 of an inch. Just FYI, like all day. We need the height actually on that. So I believe this goes in that direction. It does, in fact. Yeah, so that's what's happening, is it's bottoming out on the other one. So I need to get shorter button heads. So that's another thing I'm going to need to order, unfortunately. And I apologize, I'm kind of out of shot again. But such is the life. Such is the life. So as much as I was hoping at starting to get like maybe turret boards done up today, I don't think we're going to get to the turret boards today. Maybe tomorrow I'll do another live and start getting on populating the turret boards. But we shall see. All right, so you can see it fit down there, no problem. I obviously need to enlarge in the hole a little bit to make it so that these come off. That is a little on the tight side, but it should be okay. We should be all right. So anyway, and cool. All right, there's that. These obviously are going to fit. What's interesting is this one wiggles less than that one. Whatever. Problematica, it is not. And then let's go ahead and just put the 3/4 inch on the rest of them. So one more. So 3/4 inch for the remainder. And it'll make sense why I want to go that way in just a moment here. But for now, let's just indulge me on that. Sorry, I make a bunch of weird noises. It's a disease. It is a disease. Okay. This one. Yeah, see, the aluminum that they use on these 3/4 inch ones, which are the ones that I normally get, is just much nicer. I don't know, it's just different. They just thread on more cleanly. All the above. All right. So I believe this is the pretty side here. Oh, it freaking did what it was supposed to do. I know, but some of you are probably like, oh, did he freaking get the mirror image right on that? Did he? I did. I did. So that's up a little bit higher than I'd like. So we're going to alter some things a little bit in terms of layout or whatnot. But that's, again, not the end of the world. So we're not, nothing's wrong. Everything's cool in that regard. This is partly why I don't really tighten these things down all the way every time. So we need some more wiggle room. Oh, for fuck's sakes, you little shit. All right, there we go. All right. So they're never quite exact, right? Like, it's really difficult to get these things exact, but that's why you kind of add some windage to some of your holes, but we'll go back and deal with that in a little bit. Like, to not have to add windage to my holes as they currently are, I think we did good. I think we did really good. Because right now everything's lining up close enough to thread it in without adding windage. So not bad for hand drilling, right? Can I get an amen? All right. Cool. Go back to this side. We'll tighten this side down. Click. 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 And ooh, that one's sucky. I think we're going to replace this one. I already don't like the feel I'm getting out of it. It's just wallowed out enough. I don't like it. That one did not meet specification. And you can see my fingerprints are starting to stack up everywhere over here. There we go. That one's much better. Click. Okay, let's get my fingerprints off of this section here. I have found, now this is, I'm not saying this is how you do it, but if you've been drinking, especially drinking the hard liquors, you can breathe on this, like, and then wipe it down, and it's basically like alcohol breath. That's just me. All right. We got all the knobs and this guy here on the front. But you can see now that by the time we get a turret in there, it's going to be at about the same height as all of these guys here, right? Does that make sense? So that's why we want to have this guy up a little bit taller. The second reason we want this up a little bit taller is we have to run wires like basically straight down, like almost literally straight down off of some of these turrets here. So this is very, very tight. That's a nice tight fit. I think we've done good in that regard. So I'm quite smitten with that at the moment. Probably a little too tight, but we'll make it work. We're going to make it work. It's not the end of the world. I think we're going to be okay. But you can see how when you get the whatchamacallit in here, come up and then back and around, like it's going to be pretty compact. I don't see any problems elsewise though. That is a little bit close right there. So hopefully that isn't going to cause a problem. I don't think it will. Let's see how bad off we're going to be here with this. So this one I believe was able to fit. Yeah. All right, cool. So that's where that's going to fit, right? I almost got it perfectly aligned. Almost dead on in line right there. So this is the hot side of things, right? Unfortunately, that's not where it's going in at. I guess maybe what I could have done is just move these all the way. No, I couldn't move them all the way back, right? Because I had to put the thing that's going to go right to there. Like literally it's going to go right to there. Woo! Whew, she a tight one. So things that we still have to figure out. We still gotta come up with a grounding spot for somewhere down in here. Now, that probably won't work because somewhere down in there is where that shield is gonna be. Do keep in mind, we still need to put the power section together here. So this is where this guy is gonna go, like right in there, right? So we got a lot going on here, but right, does this make sense? Okay, I'm pretty sure it does. Everything's fitting really well. I don't know that I really want to put the freaking output transformer on yet. I kind of want to work out my little issues here. It's unfortunate because we probably could have gotten this section wired up this weekend possibly, because in theory it's already installed, ready to go. Turret's already there and all. 5/16 plus 5/16 is, I don't know what the math on that works out to. It's 10/16, right? But let's see here. So 4, that's 5. And then you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's basically a total of, see here, 5/8. So by the time yeah, that's why it doesn't work. So even if you have 1/8 of an inch here and 1/8 of an inch on the other side, you still got better than 3/8. So yeah, that's the downer. So 1/8 and 1/8, yeah, you got 1/2 inch. So we're off by whatever. So I need to come up with 5/16. Let's see here, what size would that need to be? Let's order some parts. What do you think? Let me see if I can even find those parts. So let's do this. I'm gonna clean some space here up. Let's go to my display capture and we're gonna minimize. We're gonna go to here. We're gonna go to my Amazon. You're gonna get to see what I buy on a daily. All right, so let's see here. It's gonna probably be a bolt. Let's just go screw, right? Stainless. Let's just put stainless. Search all orders. There they are. So this is the ones that I normally get, is like these little guys here, monster bolts. That's 632 5/16. Let's see what other options they have. So they got 1/4 inch and they've got 3/16 inch in quantities of 100 even. So what do I want? 5/16 is obviously too long. 1/4 of an inch and 1/4 of an inch is 1/2 of an inch. We've kind of factored that we're going to drop about 1/8 of an inch on either side. So yeah, I kind of feel like we need to go to 3/16. 3/16 and 3/16 basically adds up to 3/8. So it only gives me a 1/16 of an inch in on either side though. We're going to add this one to the cart. Actually, we're just going to go buy now. Wednesday, March 18th. Brutal. That's going to freaking slow things down. Whatever. Buy it now. March 18th. That's not even next week. That's the following week. That's going to... It's not the end of the world. I can still put the parts in. More or less what I'll do is, like, on the one side, I'll put some washers or something like that. Something. I'll do something to make it so I can at least tamp it down, so I can build the one side of it at least. So yeah, we're gonna place that order, get her done. So 1/4 and 1/4. Even if I screwed them in all the way, that's 1/2 inch, so it won't work that way. So 1/2 inch, it'll be tight. So I'm gonna get the next size down too, even though that I think will be on the small side. So there's that, and I want this. So we're gonna go again March 18th, buy now. I guess I could have done it all in one thing, but whatever, I don't care. It's just money. It's just freaking money. All right, there we go. Cool. All right, so you saw me buy 2 things, right? Freaking meow. All right, we got a few of you guys back again. We got Beautiful Earth, we got Grandest Glorious Tone, we got at least 5 other souls on board this sinking ship. I say sinking ship because this did not go as smooth as I'd hoped. We are 6 hours into our day. I kind of feel like we've done what we can do, but There's the second purchase kind of solidified. We got a lot done. You can kind of see, like, if not having to, you know, babysit anybody and deal with freaking stupid things. 4 or 5 hour job probably. My throat's starting to hurt from talking too much. I also wouldn't be talking to people the whole time, so I could concentrate on just doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I kind of want to get this guy back out. These ones here I'm in debates about still as to where exactly they're going to go. This is not the problem. It's this one here is a little bit tight, but I put a washer behind them. And yeah, soldiers never quit. I don't think anybody's even going to want to watch a 6 hour long live, to be honest. So I kind of feel like I need to break this up. Maybe, I don't know. I'm going to do more tomorrow. We're going to do some more work tomorrow because we do need to press some turrets down. So there's still plenty to do. This part here I can do all day, every day. We can start getting some of the other stuff wired up. It looks almost like, how is that going to work out for me? So 7 is this one up the middle there. If I turn this, I guess it doesn't matter really, but if I turn this like that, which I don't normally put it like that, it lands right up the middle. Yeah, it's not going to matter either way. More or less, I don't even have to run a wire from there to there, right? So this is the tip. So that's where the signal is going to go in at. And it would go right to that middle one right there. So there's going to be a crisscross of things on here. So this thing's got to come back out. And I got to do, obviously, all these turret boards got to come back out. Because I still have to run the heaters and stuff like that, right? And that's going to be, it's going to be tight down there. There's not a lot of space underneath here to run wires. But we're going to do it. Luckily, with these guys here, I don't need, 18 gauge wire. I can do it with 22 gauge. So I go into here, run 18 gauge on these guys, and then, actually, I don't even need to do 18 gauge for that. But whatever. We come into this. It's going to shoot up right along here and get out of the way. That's just it. It's just going to get out of the way. But you can see, she going to be toit. Now, what's cool about what we got going on down here is a lot of these parts are going to fly from here straight to there, right? So I think we got the grid for the one on this one. It's going to go right to there. So you just literally tack a resistor straight across. Same with this one here. It's supposed to be this one, I think, which is why we changed things up, because this is where the NFB resistor would have gone. We can still put it there. And it looks like we've got enough room that it wouldn't be a big deal if we did. So I may still put that one resistor there. And the reason I want to put that resistor right there is because I have to double check though. Yeah, damn it. No, the reason I didn't was because I need this one to run the bias. So this one here is going to have a lead that comes off. It's going to go down, over, and then into here. And that's what's going to feed the bias for the tube. So the grid is right here on both these guys. So this is pin number 5, if I'm not mistaken. Is it 5? I can't remember. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5. Pin 5. Imagine that. The other way that I can do it, being that this is so low, damn, I don't know. I'll play around with it a little bit. I'll look at it later tonight. It's not something we need to concern ourselves with at the moment, but I think we're in a pretty good spot. But yeah, she a tight one. I guess something we could do, not that it matters, but it doesn't matter. I kind of just want to do it to get it out of the way, and because they're already here kind of thing. But let's get these cleaned up so they don't fall anywhere. Do stuff like that. All right, get these guys so they're in place. We're here now. This is basically me not quitting. You just keeping going. The soldiers never quit. You don't understand, man. You've never been to war. Not like I've been to war. I'm kidding, of course. My brother is in the Air Force. He's been to whatchamacallit, Afghanistan or whatever the hell it is. He's been there for a couple little tours. He's doing all right. He's fine. He's not tormented, I don't think. I don't think he's had to do anything crazy either. So he's a structural mechanic, I think is what it is. I can't remember exactly what they call him, but I think his job is more to just make sure that the building and the aircraft itself is sound. And he tells me that his job is buried in so much bureaucracy that it's amazing anything gets done. It's funny, but it's not funny, because you're sitting there going, but wait a minute, that's our tax dollars at work there. What do you mean there's so much bureaucracy that it's amazing anything gets done at all? But in either case, none of mine, not my pig, not my farm. I'm just a dude freaking building a stupid freaking amplifier. That's going to be so awesome. Somebody's going to love it. I know somebody's going to love it. This thing is going to be freaking awesome. Better be. The amount of work I'm putting in on it. The wife is going to... She's going to be mad. She's going to be mad if this doesn't come out good. Alright, so did we do... Oh my god. At least I got that fucking right. Jeez Louise. You guys can't really tell, but... Like, all the holes freaking align. And those things are in the middle. That was one of my bigger pet peeves. For frick's sakes, man. This thing. I can't wait for the day that I can... I need to talk with Send Cut Send. I may have mentioned it yesterday, but the gentleman that makes these chassis, he's basically closed shop for now, which is a bummer. I hope he's okay, but I know that he was having some family... some things with the family that he was taking care of, which is unfortunate. And I hope that's not the reason he has to close shop. I'm hoping maybe he's closing shop because he no longer has to deal with this kind of crap anymore. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I none of my business. So I hope all is well for him. I wish him the best because I really like his work. What's nice is that you can pay him to put these things in and these things in, and he gives you a template, and he does really good work. So that's all we can ask for, right? That's all we can ask for. So, alrighty. I think I've had enough for the day, guys. It's been a little over 6 hours, and let's see if I'm even going to be able to get that thing out of there now. It took work to get it in. Now I can't get it out. There it goes. Oh my goodness. So this thing may have been a bust. I like it, but I don't like it. It does a thing, but it doesn't do the thing, right? And that's the thing for me, is it's got to do the thing. So put that back. I think we're pretty settled on these guys here. This one is still not really centered as good as I'd like it to be, but I think we're going to be all right. That came out a little marred up, but honest to God, you're not going to see it. That's the thing. Let's go ahead and do something somewhat cool here, I guess. So here's the power tubes, right? So when I say that you're not really going to notice it, is because you can't see it from the top. You can only see it from this angle like that, you know what I mean? But let's see if I can get into this. Ooh, our nice new set of JJs here. Some EL34s. And click. So yeah, I mean, it's just the exact size of the thing, so you really can't tell. Now, I am kind of pretty certain that this amp will run KT88s. Almost positive certain that it will run KT88s. So let's put this one here. Now, I'm not saying that you should try, but there's a KT88. Now, let's see what that looks like. Oh man. Oh yeah. And you can't, obviously you can't see anything down there in the bottom. That's the difference right there. About the same height, but that is a tube. But it covers the whole freaking base. So you'll never see anything. It will absolutely blow the ever-living shit out of that pile of junk. I'm sorry, Mr. Blug, but when you release a product, you best make sure that all the features that are available for it are in the box and available from the box. Understood? If it's not, then what the frick good is it? Like, if there's a setting that you can't get to unless you buy some other tool that you happen to make, which is so convenient, right? Pfft, get out of here. No, it sounds cool. It's definitely not that cool, though. Somebody said that the nano tube absolutely does something. I don't know. I'm not floored by it. Just, I'll leave it at that. It does a cool thing. I'm not floored by it. This one here, I'm going to be floored by. Somebody's going to be floored by it. I will, after this is built, I will check it with KT88s. But I do not intend, it will not be sent with KT88s. If that makes any sense, right? I'm not doing that. But what I suspect is it will certainly run with them. KT88s, that is. I will test it with it just to see kind of how it does. The problem that I think we're going to run into with that is this power transformer is a 3200 ohmer, and KT88s with the kind of voltages I think they'll run at will plop out an easy 60 watts. So I mean, it's a nice transformer, don't get me wrong, but even in this other 50 watt build that I have right here, like, I can make that transformer rattle with this thing. And I know this is a strong 50 watts that this thing's putting out. So I know even with these guys in there, it's going to be a strong 50 watts that you're going to get out of this thing. We talked about it before, kind of working out the math on it. Let's see if I can get this to go back in kind of the way it came. Sort of. Anyway, I'm kind of just, I know for a fact that it's gonna be beast. She's gonna be a beast. She's not gonna fork around. And I'm just grabbing a bunch of random tubes so we can see what it looks like with all the preamp tubes in it. These are just random tubes. These are not the ones that I'm using. Just FYI. Again, this is more like fitment. How does it all fit together? How does it all fit together? I dare say you could probably even run this amp with 6L6s if you want to go that route. I'm designing it to run EL34s. Spec-wise, it will work just fine with 6L6s though. So there you have it. I got some other tubes down here. I got a couple KT77s. One of these bit the dust though, which is unfortunate. They're the same exact size as a EL34 though. So this set, brand new. Unfortunately, one of them bit the dust. I was using them in the Cerberus, and I think while I was just trying to work out some of this, suss some of the issues out, I don't know what happened. I don't know when it happened exactly, but I just remember one time I heard like kind of this little bzzz. I'm like, what the hell? And then all of a sudden the amp just started making this, and it's like, what the heck? And then you play, and this tube, one of the tubes, I couldn't, let's see here. It's this tube here, actually. You can just kind of see it. See that gray fog down at the base of it, down here? Something inside went alight. And I think what happened is internally this thing jumped the gap between the not the screen, but the plate and the heaters or something, because it was just like a quick little bzzz. And I was like, what the hell? Turn the amp off. And when I turned it back on, it just wasn't the same, right? It made this buzz, and it was just obviously wrong. And then, of course, you could see inside that something was talking to something it shan't be. But this is more or less what it's going to look like, though. Kind of cool, huh? A little different. And then, of course, this guy will be right here next to all that. So now you can kind of see why this is here, though, right? It's meant to shield all of that from the power transformer. It is kind of monolithic, but whatever. It is a little bit monolithic, but it will do what it's supposed to do. Let's see, anything else before we shut the shop down for the day? Any questions, any concerns, any feelings? Here's a set of KT66s. You can probably run KT66s in this thing too. These are unfortunate too for me, because these ones, for some reason or another, I think one of them is just not to spec. Like, it worked for a few minutes, and then it just seemed like they went... oh, damn, that's really close. I don't know that you'd be able to run KT88s in this. I need more space than that. I guess you can probably get away with it. Monolithic. It's a monolith. Isn't that those big freaking black orbs or whatever, you know, that you find out in the desert and stuff? Monoliths. Maybe that's what we'll call this thing, is the monolith. Ooh. The monolith. Yay, nay? Come on. I'm not kidding you guys. We have some work to do. We're at a point now where we're going to be at a standstill real quick if we don't come up with a Tolex color and a faceplate. Like the name is only half the battle, but we need to pick what faceplate color we're going to go with, right? Without the faceplate, I don't like going simple colors. I kind of want to go with like that bronze or brassy color that I got. Let me get to that real quick. I'll show you what I mean. I kind of showed you guys a little bit yesterday, but I like this color myself. It does really good. It contrasts really well with the black. My machine works really well with it, but it works really well. That's all I can say. The gold that I have is nice as well, but it's just, I don't know, it doesn't suit me. It doesn't suit my machine, and I don't particularly care for it either. But so I'm digging around here, just bear with me. I want to make sure everything is cool and kosher. Oh my god, forget how heavy these things are. So I'm pretty certain this one is bolted in. Yes, it is. So this is the Atlas. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Mr. Atlas. So this is why I like this color, though. It contrasts really well. It's a nice color. It goes with the cream. Any color jewel. Monomyth. Friedman approved. Yeah, right. Monomyth is, actually a name of amplifier company, if I'm not mistaken. Or is it the name of an amp? I can't remember. But it contrasts well. So this guy here is kind of a unique beast. You can see it's got a lot of activity going on. It's a little over-engineered for running 6v6s, but I actually just really... Let's get out of the way there. I like this material. I'm kind of voting for this color myself, but if I don't get any input soon, you're going to kind of lose the option to select. It's going to be dealer's choice. if you will. Dealer's choice. So, just saying. Not saying, just saying. Oh my God. There we go. All right. Nothing's going to die now. All right. I think we're at it for the day. I think we're going to call it. There's 4 of you. I've gotten 353 views somehow over the last 6 hours. I don't know how. Not one super chat. Nobody loves me. I don't care. I'm not asking. I'm just teasing. But let's see here. Tomorrow we will do some more. We won't be doing any drilling tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll just be kind of getting that taken care of. Obviously we got parts on order for this. We'll start working out some of this stuff here anyway. The power transformer has to wait. I do need to paint the bottom of that other piece yet still. I'm somewhat convinced that the paint is dry enough now that I can put tape on it and it won't take shape on the paint. I.e. the paint is cured enough I can actually handle it, actually do things with it. One would hope. One would hope. I want to try to put that in as late as I can, or as late in the game as I can. The reason for that being, sorry, I'm doing work with you guys here. The reason for that being that, well, let's make it simple. That thing's big and it's heavy, and that shield sticks out over the top of the transformer. So it's bigger than the transformer is. And anytime I have to set this thing down, it's gonna, you know, be laying on that monolith, if you will. So I do have a amp like caddy that I made a while back. The problem with the amp caddy is it's pretty tall, which means I end up like working up here, which you can't really see what I mean by that. But for me, it's like literally, sorry, bumped it, but chest level. And that means I'm like reaching up over the top the whole time. So it's kind of, I need a slightly lower bench to really pull that off. I will post the 3 up on the forums. Awesome. Sounds good. So yeah, there's just those little things that we need to work out. But ladies and gentlemen, the 5 of you that there currently are, Beautiful Earth, Grandest Glorious, Tone, Offset, everybody, just everybody, thank you. I'm going to call it a day. It is 7:38 p.m. my time. So somehow or another, yeah, that sounds about right. 6.5 hours. 6.5 hours. And this is what we get. So I just want to say thank you, and we'll see you on the next one. Take care. Goodbye.